I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is, but it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting, and I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. Of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is.
All right, it is a beautiful day. Happy Friday to everybody that's in the building. It is that time. Y'all know what to do. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you can see me. We're gonna go ahead and get into it. Shout out to the gang in the building. We should be good. We should be looking nice. Let's see. Oh man, we're looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the Music Morning Show. I'm your host, Classy Beats of ClassyBeats.com, and this morning we are going to get right into it. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'm not going to waste any time this morning because we still got a lot to catch up with what happened yesterday afternoon. Defense finally getting a chance to give their closing arguments, and it got interesting to say the least. I know some of y'all have already reviewed it, but we're going to go back for those of you who haven't watched it and see what Joe Tacopina is talking about. But before I get into it, I got to say what's up to the people, man. Shout out to the family in the building. Happy Friday to y'all. Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in the building. Good morning. I love and appreciate you always. We got Michi in the building as well. Shout out to my guy Les Cleaver up in here. Les Cleaver gifted 5 memberships. Oh my gosh. Les Cleaver is in the building. We got Alabama Gigi up in here. Shout out to Christy is in the building. We got my guy Jay Buckmaster is back at it as well. Good to see you. Valencia is in the building. We've got Tammy Hallman. I got it. See, shout out to Tammy. Libby22 SC Girl is up in here. Who else did I see? We got Miss 86 is in the building. Good morning. Taco Tuesdays up in here. It's Taco Friday. Shout out to Joe Tacopina. We got Grammy in here. Easy is in the building as well. Alejandra's back at it. Fun size. JK Not Rowling. That's hilarious. Olivia Rose. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And then my guy Les Cleaver is in here, gifting the 10 bomb. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Les Cleaver, man. What does he say? Thank God it's Friday to all, and may you all be safe, loved, appreciated, valued, and above all, God bless each and every one of you. Shout out to Les Cleaver, ASAP Rocky's Not Guilty, and Free Yak Gotti. We cannot forget about Yak Gotti, man. Can y'all type some free Yak Gottis in the chat? And also give a shout out to Les Cleaver, man. Thank y'all for the super chats. I will be reading super chats as we go throughout the show. So I want to say a special thank you to those who continuously and regularly support. Les Cleaver, Michi, Amy, all of y'all in here. So many of you continue to support. So I will be acknowledging the super chats throughout the show, and thank y'all for that. Also, if you could, please make sure you like the video. It's free. It is free, and it takes 2 seconds, y'all, to like the video. So if you could take a chance and like the video, I would appreciate it. Not only does it help the show continue to grow, but it lets the algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel with more people. Again, I said I wasn't going to waste any time. Let us go ahead and get right into it. So we're going to be picking up where we left off yesterday. The defense is finally going to get a chance to start their closing arguments, and Joe Tacopina, y'all know, Joe Tacopina does not play around. So let's see what he's talking about here.
Mr. Tacopina, are you ready to yes, sir. Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has and is afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all look at that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is the great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mr. Preslomit on what I thought was a fine argument to him. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hour first summation, they had 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once. Not even dealt with.
Coming out swinging.
That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because case does rise and fall in credibility, without question. Without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit.
He said really was
That without really, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. It could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So Relly's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Preslomit seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Efron and his credibility. He understands that the case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Efron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admission to perjury,
Joe is tripping.
the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Preslomit said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision in this case, where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused of it? Have you ever to sit there and watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait and wait and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it. All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis is your conduct. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rocky. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first lines out of the back in the opening statement, it seems like a year and a half ago, was that this case was about religious jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall on his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, really showed you who he truly was when it came time for cross-examination. He's a man who told you without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that actually to you. I was right out of the box, the first one to fine, please.
It's not working. The sound's not working.
Do you want the audio-visual please? Alex, come on, please.
I'm gonna, I want
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audio-visual person in the court. We'll have him come up to the front. Go ahead.
to.
Sure. It works on the computer.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up to save us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, 1 question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in 1 question.
It's true.
That was a first for me. Been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, 1 question. Yes, no, I don't recall. I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of the courtroom, the judge, the jury, with these terrific
He threw a water bottle?
sheriff's deputies and bailiffs.
Dang.
That's what you have to hear. Imagine what he's capable of in the dark of night. He doesn't think anyone's watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it is falling hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. I mean, another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once we've been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. It's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood. You represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your verdict. Use your common sense to do that. And ladies and gentlemen, your verdict goes far beyond these courtroom doors.
Really in the courtroom throwing
Evidence
bottles?
isn't there in this case. It's not even close, again. Appreciate Mr. Freslone's argument, but we're going to dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relly's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, he said, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's going to call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove any case, they prove the opposite. He really was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not. Sorry.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You want me back here or over here? Yeah, right. Okay.
So they're gonna show the video of Relly wilding out.
Thank you. You want to hang around for a little bit, or? I know, right? Stick around. Okay.
Don't go far.
Thank you very much.
Shout out to IT.
Anyway, he was one of the videos. Michael played that. Go ahead.
Yes, no, I don't know. They want to Japan. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I don't know. They want to Japan. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people what about it.
Okay. I think we're discussing that. I'll go back to it, but that was. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relly's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence is shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation in Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that we've seen. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. First, nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge
Not true at all.
Just the other day, he said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see. Which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. And we're going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away.
Here we go.
They cut off the part where Relly goes back and gets Ills one more time. The guy who's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you. Each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Another term I didn't hear much in the 2 hours plus summation of this result.
We talked about that
Beyond a
yesterday.
reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm, and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now, as we sit here, Rocky Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because, folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts. There's hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. We have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when we talk to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or our friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country, who are no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, the judge said this to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was. What a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime, it isn't he probably committed the crime, it isn't I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond a reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Efron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond a reasonable doubt. True. He was without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Mark is close by, the video where you're going to see him literally bragging about committing perjury to you. This reasonable doubt proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Solomon said, that the defense's story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that was like the closing remark in jury selection? We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. He said. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right after jury selection, boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? You never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. Nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that really claimed to have found that night?
Why didn't the police find them?
Remember, the floor said about that. Excuses. Well, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go back to that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. And it's not about justice. It was they will stop winning. Plain and simple. And they play games in this case that should offend you. I'm not just saying it. I'm going to take you through. Not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this relic, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening? I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. The thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. Here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages showed he was the aggressor. We got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relly with a real gun. We told you that Relly was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relly was the real aggressor, Rocky used the prop gun to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun, beyond a reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense before your ills. The judge instructed you, if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond a reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or in defense of 12-year-old ills, he is also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument.
It's the law. He's right.
They had the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relly threatened Rocky, Relly threatened Schwelby, Relly repeatedly punched Ills and ragdolled Ills. And we're going to show you that again on the video. Slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not a firearm, because they cannot, absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a property. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record that Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Schwelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came in here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Levin told you where it came from. That DMV music video, he identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with 26 sword fits in a pocket, really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lou Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry a prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. Testimony, you could, by the way, you could always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can take crazy means, but if there's any dispute, you can always say, we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Levin talked about security people who advised Rocky, or whatever, type of that. So he never was asked who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said a security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next, and he remembered it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring in a picture of the video? They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos were all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. It was on YouTube. They didn't do it. They didn't want you to see that video.
Yep. It's a great point.
Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed and exchanged and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA spoke. They told you. They told Lou. They spoke to Haji. They recorded it. They told you. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you wouldn't hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I've told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
This man just, Your Honor, he just started talking in the middle. He just started talking in the middle of the defense's closing arguments. Wow. What? He should have been held in contempt for that. That's just straight up wrong. Look at Joe.
Speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I've told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Get a load of this guy.
Overruled.
Because if he says it loudly, it's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Tank.
Anyway, you were heard. You know, they knew about Lou Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have also, they could have looked prop houses, the music video, whatever else, they could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, we have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. We cross-examined.
Anyway.
It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to leave, which they knew what they were going to find. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's a proper argument.
Relly's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Relly shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last
Does
point,
it? Let me know what y'all think.
the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. And there's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't going to get it. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, oh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when he was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for 12 and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. It's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that, just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain very often once said, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That came to life.
Shout out to Mark Twain.
Prosecution embraced Relly.
That's a good quote.
Embraced him. Didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times.
Nope.
Whole thing's fake, that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning.
We gotta take a minute for that one. We talked about this yesterday. They didn't even mention that they impeached their own witness, that they, by playing the cell phones in their closing arguments, admitted that their witness lied on the stand.
These niggas lacking.
Come on, man. I don't know what they're doing, but this is rough. You can't ignore
They
that.
defend him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct.
You
With
can't
all
ignore
witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried them like they were serial killers. And I mean 12 and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Relly in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative.
Yes.
They weren't disrespectful.
Yes.
They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides.
They don't have 30 M's on the
What
line.
you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent. They didn't throw water bottles. They didn't curse. I mean, Relly, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not going to go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions like Relly was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, oh, they were coached very well. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they were inconsistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay low on them. Oh, they must have been coached.
Or he's telling the truth.
They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw that in the air.
Yeah.
They both told you, Lou and 12, both told you previously carried a firearm for that 6-month period, making me the victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it on November 6, 2021. Now Rocky's friends knew he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that would be stupid to say, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only prop gun. No, Lou said, and 12, he said to his immediate group of friends.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
The prosecution peppered 12 with questions about his summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony or prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant what 12 saw in that document.
That's an improper argument.
Repeat that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what 12 saw in that summary document. Irrelevant.
That is an improper argument. It's consistent.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop gun defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this issue. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop gun defense? And he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases with the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, you just found out about this prop gun, what you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores, who was very honest, and I think tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a prop gun. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, that you guys were a panel. Okay. Whatever. He goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were a panel in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning, he told him that for the first time. Okay. Saying, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves like police officer Zizzo because he just remembered that day 5 years later. You know, I mean, it's sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Shelby told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committing perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that his summary was Twelby's actual statement when it wasn't.
Nasty word.
It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Twelby, how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Twelby said on direct testimony. Completely. Twelby didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite.
Yep.
He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. You never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. What other games they played with Twelby? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to Twelby. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to Twelby. They knew who he was, obviously.
They knew he
But
was
that
there
still
too.
would prevent Mr. Lewin from asking Twelby, if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact Twelby. They knew they didn't try to contact Twelby before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. What, give a false impression? That somehow Twelby ignored a message? That somehow Twelby ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparaging counsel.
Yeah, correct. There cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not a personal attack. It's a question was asked. Okay.
Do not debate with me
Sorry.
without a ruling.
Yep.
The objection's sustained. Go ahead.
Okay, well, you heard the testimony, you saw what happened. You figure out what it was all about, but Twelby was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message, no one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I said, games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked Twelby about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a prop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Del Mar in November 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard what happened to the prop gun way before that. And here's this also. Think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried a prop gun on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence and a stalker. His face was slashed. In home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence. On the street, he didn't have a carry permit. So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, less in his bedroom, there aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I asked Detective Flores if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
No, that's an improper.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Lemon, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. They were, 2 of them were Lou's. One of them was Lou's, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from Detective Flores. Legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win the title place. It's not a game. It's not a game. Certainly a game. It's not a game. In fact, the prosecution did absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Colby. Nothing. Yeah, you got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. You didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't a lack of trying. I mean, we yelled at, they were rated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the streets where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speed. But Mr. Lewin had to take that. Say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's improper argument.
Overruled. Overruled.
There's no need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12 weeks, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. Again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Romick this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, 12 and Lou. 12 said zero. You went zero from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary for Rocky, and he does, and he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend they're here as unbiased with us. They love him. But it's an interesting thing, though. They were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relly, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lou Levin, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris to get it. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh?
I'm glad he's pointing this out.
For that.
I'm glad he's pointing this out.
By the way, if Relly got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly, they had no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on islands somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relly wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. If he got his money, these guys go pound sand. They'll never find him. He's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I didn't hear that thing. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Twelve and Lou Levin established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a property by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a property. Relly's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. 12 testified during the first altercation. Relly said something to the effect of, shoot that fake ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now,
it does.
Relly said he didn't say that. So, now you have to say, who's more credible, more trustworthy, Relly or Relly? That's what he had, the words of the two in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a big gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls a real gun and according to him threat to kill him. So think about that for a second when you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd.
Yeah.
I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berating him as I'm following him, almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told me what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Lily to do. His testimony from his trial. Mr. Efron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? The answer, yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I'd say, right? And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a pump gun. And of course, when Relly was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, when Detective Flores questioned about it, Relly said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on when he questioned him. When you asked Mr. Efron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was, he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct, Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relly could do at that point he said, I don't know why I followed him for his real gun. Obviously, I don't know was all Relly could say because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a prop gun. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Woo. That's it.
Done.
Just need one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of law.
It's not an improper statement. Overruled. It just takes one.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a prop. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial from you from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. And we heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot. That's testimony from you all in the trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots coming from them. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution cannot prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relly being totally believable. Not without Relly being totally believable. And he is not worthy of belief. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on cross anyway. 3, 4 times, just had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when he questioned his credibility, It's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has zero evidence of a shooting. They even had to prove, they had zero evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone a shooting. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun? What's their evidence? Relly's shell casings, okay, those. Relly's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there, and it's all like. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's an operable gun, a real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that the gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told the jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable. How are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Relly's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else do they have? Well, sounds, those two sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's the case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks. Please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they rely on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night. Beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable product. That's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the case detective could answer that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Relly's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. What they said in their opening statement about Relly's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet graves, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say in their opening about those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe. Those knuckles.
I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California. What an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections was actually to what you said what the prosecution wants you to do.
Overruled. That part's overruled.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case of the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. Now, for credibility, I mean, you have to. So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. course they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relly was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he's truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relly was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with you. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relly couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet. At least at trial, he couldn't tell you. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet, or the floor, or whatever. I don't know. I can't see. Okay? So, it's either what was left from the bullet, or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know, I can't see. It's not what he said in his lawsuit. His lawsuit said he was shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really does believe what he said to you at the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as truth beyond a reasonable doubt. Relly said it could have been the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Hills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relly said he was there. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or something? Yeah.
That's funny. It's a magic bullet. Joe's covering all his bases here. Let me see it.
Bullet. $30 million. Give it. There's no one with eyes in the brain. That thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Raised by me. Now he said, bullet floor. Bullet floor. I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video he posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. We have that? Yeah. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Hans testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything there in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because the detective, on November 9, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. This is Detective Flores' testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is. Correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally the person will go to the hospital because they need medical
Scraped his knuckles on the nail
not
filer.
the manufacturer of the case.
Dang.
That is offensive.
That's
And it
crazy.
should be offensive to you because the type of cases that you're going to go to the hospital. I mean, it looked like you required a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution's main, and I'd say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. We don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with shell casings, also manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented to try and establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on the body cam video. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes, 7 officers times 20 minutes, that's 140 minutes of manpower, right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings.
And
They found nothing, absolutely nothing.
Zero.
You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation means we agreed, the defense and the prosecution, at the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day. It's Tuesday, right? It's the last day, Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casings recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings.
Yeah.
There was zero evidence on this record. Zero. I defied the same, show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges looked like or how they were projected from the prop gun. There was zero evidence.
That's an improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read back. All right?
Fair enough, Judge. I like it.
I'm stating the evidence that gets to be less. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want him to state the evidence. So, there. I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I don't want him to say, show it. There was no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lou Levin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like 9mm shell casings. They're steel.
We didn't do that.
They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it. Who's not an expert, but he knows enough. He gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper, bullets in the front. Describe what the casings look like at all. Or how they would have split or not split. Or were they shiny metal things that like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, police found nothing No evidence of a shooting whatsoever. No bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars in the parking lot right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But really, I want you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half later. Flies in the face of common sense. Defies reason. What does the prosecution do to try to get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, officers, if it was possible to use shell casings. As you sit here, can you say to a certainty, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on East Elm? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible.
It's possible. And again, they messed up here. He objected, and then Joe substantiated his argument. Sheesh, man. State is out here getting cooked again.
Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about, never getting that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's the go. Right, jump up here. Did everyone see my blocking? Okay, so here's the officer searching. Yeah. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who really first swore was him. He swore it was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him. It was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the prop gun was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or do you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here, and we'll show it's near the corner of East Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, two stores probably run into. What happened right here? They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They actually said that to an owner. They had these videos. They're videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain, the police searched that exact same location that Relly said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene. Well, now he didn't return to the scene because apparently now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Well, I was in trouble, it's just a sign of working something. Anyway, it's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community mistake. They didn't know what location was. They were there. And he got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relly, Rocky, and Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relly shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there.
Highly unlikely.
They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relly then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relly on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because as part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Perslovic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me. Yes. And Mr. Perslovic, you sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you in a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was only had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. There was possibly additional. So the solution to that now, being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, is this fence? Oh, this is Rhoda says, okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's okay. I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case everybody thought I was get that out of the whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, that's right.
They said, just to you just now, shocked a little bit by this one, I'm shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relly. I made a mistake to you? Relly swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you under oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony that, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relly said he had returned to the scene for. You also heard Detective Flores talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relly told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that. Not that video. What other problems does the prosecution have with Relly's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relly claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they show the photos were actually taken at 11:40, between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back 11:09 with Relly returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relly told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relly, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more minutes, so we want to stop now.
No.
Okay.
2:45 is when we break.
Yeah, can you close through now?
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, y'all know this is from yesterday afternoon, so we're going to skip ahead into the next part. What do y'all think so far about Joe's closing arguments? Made a lot of points, pointed out Relly's inconsistencies, pointed out the probability of his story being true, not likely. Pointed out how consistent the story or the testimony of Lou and 12E were, and how it lined up with what actually happened and what we saw in the video. Who follows somebody they think has a real gun? What? It makes no sense. I'm gonna read a couple of these super chats and then we'll keep it going. We are getting close to about 45 minutes away from court starting today and Joe continuing. So we should be able to get through the rest of this. Let me read some of these super chats. Before I get to the super chat, look at Amy. She said, Classy Beats, if being amazing and handsome was a crime, you'd be 1,000% guilty. I had to read that out loud. Amy, you're so sweet. I love you and I appreciate you. Thank you. Come on, man. Also, speaking of Amy, she gifted 5 memberships. If you got a membership from Amy, please make sure you say thank you. She's showing some major love in here as well to the community. Thank y'all so much. And make sure y'all go check out the members only content if you got a membership from Amy too. Alejandra just showing some love with the 5 bomb. Thank you so much. And then Libby22SC girl in here with the 5 bomb says, get him, Amy. I got me blushing up here. Sheesh, man. Shout out to Amy. She's amazing. So sweet. I appreciate you. And thank you, Libby, for the 5 bomb. All right. We'll keep it moving. I've done enough talking and blushing. Let's go ahead and move forward. Oh, yeah. I forgot this part. Lewin is up here crying again. Let's see what he has to say.
State bar. court knows it's not true. I know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And
Here we go. Let me skip ahead so y'all, or let me
Judge,
rewind it a little bit so y'all can hear the full
The
argument.
court made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear.
Here we go.
The defense has said as follows. We're trying to win at all costs. We only care about winning, not
Did I
justice.
sustain that objection?
No, you did not until the fourth time I asked it, Your Honor. I objected 4 times. Let me continue.
You said I
We
objected
suborned
4
perjury,
times.
Stated 3 times. I
Oh
objected
my
2 times.
gosh.
We could have called the worst of them all. We could have called Haji. The court knows we found out about him that morning. The court made a finding that their discovery violation was not inadvertent. That means it was intentional. That means
Thank you,
it was
Karen.
not accidental. They got up here and just told this jury that they didn't hear from this witness Haji, that we could have called him. The court knows. We have a hearing about it. It's been very clear. The court found that they were not honest in what they provided. They were not honest about when they actually turned the information over. And now he's up here and able to argue that. And when I object, basically I'm told it's overruled. I mean, Judge, the problem is the court made these findings. The court said you could not disparage lawyers. Let's be clear. Anything that he had said was true. That we suborned perjury. That we don't care about justice. Those are reportable issues to the state bar. The court knows it's not true. I know it's not true, Your Honor. I assume he knows it's not true. And then finally, he has repeatedly misstated the standard of reasonable doubt. There is no standard whatsoever where you can say that each one of these are, quote, reasonable doubts. That is not a correct standard. The standard is looking at all the evidence in total. Did the people prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt? It is improper to say, if this fact is wrong, that is, quote, a reasonable doubt. You can argue that that evidence is important enough, etc. So they're misstating the reasonable doubt, but more than that, Your Honor, they're disobeying the court's order about disparaging other lawyers. I object, the court lets it go. Then
No, wait a minute. I don't let it go. If I see or I think that Mr. Tacopina is disparaging you or you are disparaging him, I will put a stop to it.
Judge, I objected 4 times. You overruled all my objections. You finally sustained an objection. And when the court sustained the objection, I made clear that my issue was the second part of it, which had to do with they were in essence disparaging both of us. Your Honor, I mean, it's not a hard question. They're saying we suborned perjury 3 times. Your Honor, that's improper. It's misconduct.
I didn't hear that.
What?
Now he's big man out here. Hold on.
It's in the record. 3 different times he said we suborned perjury. I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on, Kathy. Was that said?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, we said,
All right. If it was said, then I should have stopped it. But I don't remember if it was said. You have made so far 9 objections, 6 were overruled, 3 were sustained.
the problem
So
was,
therefore, what?
the problem was, I believe the first 5 I made were all overruled. The court, Your Honor, I've been in front of this court for 30 years. The court knows who I am. The court knows what
It
my
doesn't matter.
I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly we suborned perjury. Your Honor, that statement in and of itself is severe.
All right. All right. Can you, in the break, can you look? Can you
Not
say-
really though. He lied. Look at him.
If that was said, then
Right.
I'll bring it to the attention of the jury that
Your Honor,
that's an improper statement.
This is what I'm asking. Mr. Tacopina can go after our witness all he wants. He can even misstate the evidence. What he cannot do is he cannot argue, A, why we put a witness up there. He cannot say that we suborned perjury. He cannot say that all we care about is winning. He cannot say that this is supposed to be the pursuit of justice and the prosecution doesn't care about that. He has said all of those things. He needs to stick to the evidence in the case. Either he doesn't know California law or doesn't care. And Your Honor,
come on.
the court's already found, and the worst of them, and I want the court to instruct, he got out there and argued, why didn't you hear from Haji? The court knows, Your Honor, the court made a finding.
You're repeating yourself.
Well, will the court do something about it? Will the court instruct that that was improper argument?
Can I respond?
No. Failure to call logical witnesses is permissible. You're going to have a rebuttal argument. You can
He's
address
good,
it
man.
in your rebuttal argument as to why you didn't call it.
Your Honor,
Exactly.
that's all I'm asking, Your Honor.
Thank you,
And
Judge.
I'll say it. The court knows what happened. We've had many hearings on this, etc. They hid the evidence. They presented it late. They had repeated orders to turn over statements.
He got up and said, that's not the statement of the witness. 1054-3 is very clear. What they gave us is supposed to be the statement of the witness. So when he's standing up saying, well, that's not his statement, that was his statement, that's what they had to turn over. So yeah, sure, I can go back and I can go and argue in the court and say, well, it's just both sides arguing. But Your Honor, there are rules for a reason, and we follow them. You have not found one instance, in this case, not one, where the people did not comply with discovery, where the people did anything unethical. You've already found, you used the words, it was not inadvertent. Non-inadvertent, Your Honor, means they lied and they intentionally did not give us what
I don't agree with that. That's not, doesn't mean he lied.
Your Honor, non-inadvertent.
Don't argue with me. I don't think it means he lied. I just said it was not inadvertent. That's the extent of my finding. It was not inadvertent. I'm not going to debate with you whether they were or were not lying. I don't believe it was a lie. I want to give the court reporter a break, and we'll take a break until 3. Wait.
I'm trying to just respond to a few things. But there's a record here.
Yep, get it on the record, Joe.
I don't want to, so we can do it.
You're not going to upset me.
No, I'll be quick. I don't want to be further into it. I'm sorry. But there were some things that were said that were just wrong. First of all, they called our witnesses liars in their estimation. So I'm calling witnesses a liar, which he admitted to being, by the way. So, I mean, if our witnesses are lying, and I put them up there, obviously they're saying we came up with this Tottenham story. So they're saying, I object, and they say I'm supporting her. That's what they're saying, number one. Number two, I can't say that they want to win at all costs. That's not, I think I can say that. I don't think that's an improper argument. If you say it is, I won't say it again. But the other thing, Your Honor, I didn't argue that that wasn't a statement. I said it's not a sworn statement of 12B, it's not a recorded statement. I said it's a summary. I'm accurate in describing it. It is a summary. I'm just going through what I said. They disparaged our entire defense, mocked it. So I'm giving them a little bit back. I don't think I'm doing something.
You want to interrupt him? He didn't interrupt you?
And the thing that he said, though, first of all, I disagree. I think one fact of relevance would be a reasonable doubt. The jury finds he's incredible on one thing of importance, like the shell casings. That's a reasonable doubt. If they so choose, it's up to them to decide what a reasonable doubt is. That could cause them to find not guilty. That's up to them. But it certainly is an argument that can be made. They can say, no, it's not a reasonable doubt. But I can make that argument. I know. But the last thing, I think Mr. Lewin's hearing failed for a second. Because the one thing, because I know he said he has an issue with it, the one thing I never said was they could have called Haji. I wouldn't do that. I didn't say that. They could check the record. What I said was they spoke to him that morning. They had a recording of Haji. That was word out to Lou Levin. I said, if Lou Levin was inconsistent with Haji, would have heard the tape. I didn't say they could have called Haji. I can show you where I said that. I would never have said that. We could have called Haji. He wasn't willing to come. So I never said that. I just simply said it was on the record.
Right. And if it was said, Mr. Lewin can address it tomorrow. If it wasn't said, then there's nothing to address. All right, we're off the record. I want to give Kathy a break. So can you find?
Yeah, give Kathy a break, man. Let Kathy live. Can y'all put the free Kathys in the chat? Kathy up there like, Judge, I don't remember. All right, I'm just trying to make it through this thing. Can we just keep it moving? All right, here we go.
Let's go on the record.
We're getting back into it. Let me see how much time we have. Oh, we should be right on time. Perfect.
I asked Kathy, the court reporter, to check her notes.
Free Kathy, man.
Do that.
I don't know if it's a C or a K, but free that lady.
The indirect reference, it's not even clear, to really and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means. But from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want either directly or indirectly any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
But still, yeah, Joe said, let me let Joe cook for a minute. But still, they already proved this. Their witness got up here. They played the phone calls for him. Nah, that's not me. That's fake. No, that's not me. That's not me. That wasn't me. I didn't make those phone calls. I didn't even talk to him. Okay, fine, whatever. Then they come to the closing arguments and they play the phone calls that Relly said weren't real and didn't exist. We can't just brush past that. It's plain as day, Your Honor. Like, what are we even arguing here?
Touching on perjury, I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Blind eye?
What?
Turning a blind eye.
They did.
It's improper. It's not only untrue, it's improper.
Yeah, and stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs.
It's true, Judge. Come on now.
Well, it's fair comment on the evidence.
They can say about the evidence, they cannot say prosecution.
He's still
is
arguing.
all they care about is winning their
John,
case.
chill.
All they care about justice. That there's
He said free my brother.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
the judge
Stay away.
He said Kathy needs a cheesecake.
No, I don't. And I know it's not.
that's
All right, so
Poor
stay away from what the prosecution's motives are. Talk about the witnesses, don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopino or Mr. Segal.
Joe, you're free to comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, et cetera, just not that extra step.
All right,
Well, my explanation will be much shorter now.
what's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now, so.
I doubt it. Let's bring it to her. Okay, we're going to start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m.
All right.
Yeah, this whole situation's a mess. Let's see if we can skip through some of this. Skip the BS. And let Joe get back in the kitchen. There we go.
9:30. 9.
Robert, if someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
I don't have a problem. I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I mean, I have to drop off my kids in the
Oh.
morning, so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, I understand. Dropping off your kids is important. So be here at 9.
Shout out to all the good moms out there dropping off their kids, man.
We're back on the record of parties council in Jersey. Present.
Okay, folks, so I think we left off when I was discussing with you all the whole notion of the person who used to be Relly, is not Relly anymore apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now again, the story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09 apparently. So one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relly, like you first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then, about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:40, 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene. Ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relly actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. You could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes.
We talked
she's probably
about
busy
that.
doing what she does, but she didn't show up.
Why do y'all think the girlfriend didn't show up or they didn't call her? Did he say that they called her and she didn't show up? What happened here? Why do y'all think she didn't show up? That's a big deal.
Whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene. Ever.
I mentioned this
Whichever
yesterday.
one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relly actually recovered those shell casings from the scene.
Zero.
You could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She's probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up.
She didn't show up.
Their burden, corroborated with witnesses. The word of Relly, I think, is a fair question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. those sort of pull effort together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with him. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing off the scene. While on that point, by the way,
Yep.
the photos taken with Relly's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Relly's phone line. I mean, you know, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relly's iPhone to show you where Relly was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relly's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. They're corroborated or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue in Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That's from Detective Flores' testimony, unless there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Ulunger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. And if I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to him as Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer yes. Subsequently after yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relly, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Vista Del Mar, Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why didn't they use Relly's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions, either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word for it. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relly. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Relly. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not true.
Dang, I'm gonna get that on a t-shirt. He said he's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. Sheesh. Oh my goodness. We gotta run that back.
If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case,
oh my gosh,
it's Relly. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not true. They just didn't do it.
How long y'all think it took him to write that part?
That he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is Obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of an alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense, because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that, no way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it, because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Relly says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relly's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Relly's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you take the word heard from her? The fact is, Relly didn't want her anywhere near the storeroom. Anywhere near the storeroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Is this Miss Parker? You don't know that your girlfriend?
I think TV does with 10 pounds on me, by the way. We're disturbed by that photo, but anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I'm just, anything he tells the truth about? I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not, I don't know. That's either yes or no. He couldn't recognize his girlfriend at one point. He said, oh, because she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's what he needed today. The judge told you, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records of Relly, what it could have shown you where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Relly returning. If that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:09, 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get no answer. Because they get his GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get checked. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of witnesses, and it's in your, you can take it back with you there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact in the case or in his testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm post those pictures on the Instagram. It's 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof for where he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to the 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about this. We have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to him. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. It was like a perjury miniseries. This next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. He got caught with that, then he went to another. It really was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we didn't have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not.
Lie.
Then I wanted to make sure, I want to almost help him give me the truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire 9mm at a shooting range? Right, hit them off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat that, definitely not? And he goes belligerent. He says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021.
Sounds a long time.
A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. And a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't have my own.
He said definitely not.
A year and a half later.
So, you heard me. He did not like me, clearly. Look, I asked
Come on,
him,
really?
that answer. You heard me. Well, yes, you heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Efron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out, Ms. Efron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Efron, what you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing in 2016. I'm doing 19 by the end of the year. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have this. No, that was just last time I went to a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range, please? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice that. And then explained why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know what oath means? Absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing.
True.
He didn't say it. That was blatant perjury right there. You should witness another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in the courtroom after that, I think made me worse.
This is true.
After...
Look at John down
Let's see
here. Like,
what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear that the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness all of a sudden adopted that. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it? Is it taken? This whole thing, right? So we have a stipulation on that tape. On that tape, this is outside of California. I don't know where it's taken.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying anyone's at fault. I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness. You pulled out the witness.
Right.
How we
The
adopted.
prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe, to everybody. Go ahead.
Well, except the witness, which I don't argue.
Everybody, everybody at council table.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it, but I just want to let this play out. How the witness adopted.
Jersey is something like that. Yes. It's not.
The same objections, improper argument, who wrote this?
I explained to the jury. Go ahead.
New Jersey is something like that.
Let's sit back and enjoy the show, John.
Yeah, next line. Last slide was stop Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, after hearing whatever he heard in the court with the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. That was everything, for sure. He knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't have to repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Rose. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., he was on Friday, I was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 2:11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you still heard about, of a video showing Relly at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there. They were the same. Relly was tagged on that, everyone was tagged. So what does Relly do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relly as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. So it's true. Just like he said, but that's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about the gun range. And he starts saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relly boss? Yeah, but, okay. Okay, folks. I guess he didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you meet at Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer meet because of what happened here? He couldn't mention the name of anyone he met with. But he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, here you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relly, that you invested in? I mean, last year, it was only last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property doesn't remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that Just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Relly told you, that there's so many things, the Miami robbery thing, that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. You got caught lying. It's maybe New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury.
It is, he's right.
So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA. That wasn't truthful testimony. You see him testify in the courtroom. The witness who told you, when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell casings, because he was tired of answering my questions. I just know I do.
Well, this one on this topic, it's where just 3 minutes ago. Okay, yes, I did. Okay, you said yes? Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to start talking to you.
So, did you look like you were confused by that question? He was confused by that also now.
Come on,
when
man.
You said definitely not. I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th. Definitely not. So you look like you're confused. That's just, to be honest, oh, there we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop up with you, so I just said, Jesus. Just give me my 30 million, and let's get this over with. He just told you to perjure himself. But you should believe him, without corroboration. We all know it wasn't mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he called the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And as for the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake, I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor factor in this case. That's not a minor factor. It's not a game. This is life. Whether their so-called victim, Tyrell Efron, had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before the claims were found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's the funny thing about facts. Because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they do not alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relly tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relly first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a pop gun. He had a pop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, a half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later.
Yes, the jury is paid daily.
When his extortion defense failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Relly did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relly had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know, which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relly's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not Liddy Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that was done pretty quickly, pretty easy. Not a video, Relly first said that it was fake. And I showed him that video. It was fake. He didn't think anyone knew we had those videos of him at firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. Mm-hmm. They had it too. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine him, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before. 9mm shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perjured himself. There's only one reason to lie about that. Go ahead. You heard about the magazine. I'm going to get that magazine. The Block 43, Mr. Chris Lomax spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed you that 2 weeks, I think it's 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started. 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward. Great. That's January 2025. What about 2021? 2022.
How did this make it to trial is
2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. Instead, they spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff, personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly read a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, so he told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did. It's from his testimony. And of course, that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms. He left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased the thing. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing you know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Lewin, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict this testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. I was talking to somebody about this yesterday, or talking back and forth, messaging, whatever. He had 5 months. Rocky had 5 months to get if this happened with the real gun. Rocky had 5 months to get rid of any evidence. And you're going to tell me that he got rid of the gun, didn't double check, triple check, quadruple check to make sure that any extra magazines were removed. And then let's say he forgot. All right. Let's say Rocky forgot that he had this extra magazine. The bullets don't even match the shell casings that Relly found. So you're saying he forgot and then kept it and then switched out the bullets. So if Relly went back and found the shell casings, they wouldn't match the ones that were left in the magazine? Or he forgot and left it there and the shell casings don't match? Which one is it? What are we arguing?
At one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it. He told you it was never used.
I would have turned
He takes it back. He had all the
house
evidence.
upside
But
down.
the reason he told you it was never used, he just had a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
So this is pure. It's virgin, as Levin said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it.
They didn't do it. They didn't want to know.
Not only did they not connect really shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the guy before, I said, you could line fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? Pretty easily. He said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, but that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, have the bullets. The show is the ones recovered. Claimed to be recovered at the scene by brother at 11:45 with no GPS navigation. Anyway, they claimed, Victor Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. I fingerprints on all of this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing from all those empties, of course you do. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you would get fingerprints? And he said, yeah, there could be. So that's one that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing.
They said wind for real.
Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Thank you. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off a shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings
wiped
were
it off.
fired,
That's crazy.
the only person that incented wipe it clean would have been Relevant before he gave it to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out. We had to. So Ruddy wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true.
Oh, here we go.
There's
Say
no
it.
Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Another lie. Another lie. He said, Classy, I'm confused how you had zero to no reaction to the wind and fingerprint reenactment. Oh, man. Wild.
Well, you decide if that testimony's credible.
There's no testimony, Mr.
No,
Ms. Sanchez,
Sustained about when
Ju-
Dunkin' Donuts are open.
I guarantee you Joe wants to say Google it. Google it right now. Google it real quick. See if they're open.
The jury's job is to decide the
Jeez.
credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Bang. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on. You determine the credibility of that statement.
Yeah.
He can't even impose you that. You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to the judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relly's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a few times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relly said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Lest there be any question that that Glock magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So after this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lululemon told you, to look more intimidating, which was a little thin Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, 12 and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently they both identified the belt and the extended magazine, so they both could identify, you know, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop gun. Not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together and probably saw it. That's the magazine in the, okay, I know we're doing it now, but you can. That's the, we'll use that point to get in our arm.
Yeah, you see on the screen.
What, that's too hard on the screen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm screen. What should you do? Does everyone see here? No, okay. Anyway, that's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lululemon described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lululemon described, that 12E described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's an extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We'll break now.
Yeah,
All right, folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Oh, ow! I was muted. Dang. What do y'all think? Shout out to the game. Appreciate y'all having my back. Oh my gosh. I gotta stop muting my mic. Also, shout out to everyone who is sending in super chats too. Look at Amy. She got the whole buffet over there. Oh my God. She sent the heart, the banana, and the cake. Oh my gosh. The ice cream cone, what did he say? The pie, and the rose. Shout out to the awesome, amazing Amy up in here. We also have Slim Life in the building with her 2-month Milestone. What does she say? Happy Valentine's Day to everybody who celebrates out there. Shout out to Valentine's Day. And then we've got Samantha Crumbly. Oh my gosh. Hold on. We got to give her a major round of applause. I'm going to hit all the sound effects for that one. Samantha Crumbly with the 20 bomb. Sheesh. What does she say? She says, Relly is a liar and everyone has seen it. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. That is a fact. And you know, the thing about that, Samantha, is Relly was unashamed about it. He said it over and over. When they brought the laptop up to him to show him the phone calls or let him listen to the phone calls between him and Wally, he's like, Wally? Who's that? Nah, get these out of here. These are fake. Joe showed footage of him lying on the stand saying, oh, I just said that so you would stop talking to me. There's no evidence that shows or proves what Relly's statement is, and the fact that he went to the scene, recovered the shell casings, and then turned them into the police 2 days later. But not only that, the prosecution admits that Relly lied multiple times. They played the phone calls between him and Wally where he said, no, I never made those phone calls. Those phone calls did not happen. It's wild to see that this man was brought as the key witness in this case. I mean, sure, could the prosecution argue, well, you know, maybe there were certain inconsistencies in the story and maybe he said this wasn't true because he misremembered. How's that going to look to the jury? Wouldn't you want to bring a credible witness, your key witness, be credible? Same thing we saw in the YSL trial with Woody. Insane, man. Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Samantha Crumbly. Also, Slim Life in here again. She said, best channel and chat on YouTube. You already know what time it is. Thank you, Slim Life, for the major love and support. I appreciate y'all. All right, so they've got the seal up. We have not officially started yet, so it looks like it might be a couple more minutes. I'm gonna try and see what's going on. Maybe. Oh, we got Court TV playing the music in here. I want to see what y'all are thinking about what we heard from Joe Tacopina so far. And I also asked y'all in the chat. We've got a poll in the chat, and if you're watching the replay, answer this in the comments for me as well. What will the verdict be? And I tried, will the verdict be? What was I doing? Oh my gosh. Thankfully, y'all are smarter than me. Will the verdict be? It was supposed to be, what will the verdict be? Which is not even a proper sentence anyway. So it looks like 9% of you are saying guilty. Dang. 12% of you said it's a hung jury. 3% of you are really going out there and saying you think it's going to be a directed verdict. And 77% of you say not guilty. Wow. Okay. There it is. Y'all see what the people think so far. Let me know what y'all think about it too. And thank you all for letting me know I was muted. Boy, that would have been rough. Dunkin' Donuts in California closes at 9 p.m. See? More holes in their argument. More holes in the argument. I checked and Dunkin' Donuts closes at 7 and 9 p.m. in West Hollywood. Relly tried to be convincing by giving details. Those very details were so obnoxious. Another question. If Relly got a Dunkin' Donuts bag, why did the cops say he brought them in a plastic bag? Reasonable doubt. The inconsistencies in this man's story and testimony are astronomical at this point. The only DDs that are open that late are on the highway, I believe, at the ref stops. Shaking my head. Kel Bell, the Honorable Kel Bell is in here. We got to give Kel Bell a round of applause. Thank you to all of our amazing attorneys, our community attorneys here on the channel. Y'all bring so much value, not only to the chat, but to this channel as well, because I'm not a lawyer and many of y'all are not a lawyer in here either. So thank you to the Honorable Kel Bell for being here. Says you need to get an objection counter for closing. This is ridiculous that the prosecutor keeps interrupting. And today is only going to be worse because the state is down bad right now. The state is down bad. The shells came from the dude who rode by and bent down for 16 seconds. The skateboard guy? You talking about the guy on the skateboard? I don't even think an episode of CSI would they claim something so foolish as the wind removing fingerprints. Yeah, that was wild. Did y'all see Joe? Oh man, I pray that the state goes too long. We need a verdict. You pray that the state does not go too long. We need a verdict today. If not today, then we will have taco. We will have till Taco Tuesday. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just the way he was so argumentative talking about the state. I agree. So prop guns are illegal to have in California. That's a good question. Let me see what I can find on that. You shouldn't need a license for a prop gun in California, but actually I lied because it looks like court is back. So we're in session now. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'll look that up and find out for you. That's a great question.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. I'm just going to pick up where I left off, which was...
All right, Joe Tacopina's back on the stand for day 13. Let me update this.
Clear or transparent, whatever it was not black. That extended thing that Lou and both photos had described. So in the end, the prosecution on this issue, all issues really want you to believe relatively.
And they'll change the camera here in a second.
But keep open here for his testimony. I would submit to you that perhaps the most unbelievable witness in the history of American jurisprudence. You guys have a front row seat to a perjury machine.
Taking shots at Relly already.
Corroborate a lot of his testimony, if it were truthful. Lydia Parker. I mean, they sat in their hands for years. They could have tested to see if Relly's shell casings came from that magazine, the women's magazine. They didn't connect Rocky to Relly's shell casings with fingerprints DNA. And as a quick aside, if you accept their theory, I think I heard this on the opening summation, is that maybe Rocky forgot about the magazine.
Amy's got it. She's got it all.
Why wouldn't he, if truly he had a gun and he was trying to get rid of the evidence of a shooting from November 6th, why wouldn't he have got rid of the magazine also?
Cameraman fell asleep, y'all.
5 months in plain sight. I mean, that's where it was, right? It's not like it was hidden somewhere in the house. They had to find it. It was in a box in his bedroom with all the other ammunition for the legally registered guns in plain view. They didn't show you, by the way, the shell casings that Relly claims he recovered at the scene don't match the SIG shell casings found in Rocky's house that belonged to Miss Levin. We had to show you that. We showed you that. They produced, as we talked about, no GPS data to prove where Relly really got his shell casings from. Here's another one. This would have been easy to do. Relly claims first he said he wasn't in Los Angeles weeks before. And certainly not a shooting range. We won't go through that again. But he claims he left Los Angeles after being at the shooting range for those 9mm shell casings, and then he came back to Los Angeles 2 weeks later. They failed to prove that. I mean, you just have his word, right? That would have been easy enough to prove. I mean, how about an airplane ticket or anything else that he ever left Los Angeles and flew back, ever? After having 9mm shell casings flying to his face at a shooting range just weeks before. You took photos of his shell casings. I mean, that would have been an easy one to prove. Just bring his travel itinerary or an airplane ticket from Delta or wherever. He said he flew commercial. How about on his phone? Anything that would have shown he actually left Los Angeles. Nothing. Nothing on the record. No evidence that he actually left Los Angeles after being at that shooting range on October 19th. So where did he get his shell casings from? At 11:45 p.m. that night.
Cameraman fell asleep.
An hour and a half after the incident. law enforcement didn't give us the means to answer that question. They never got Relly's GPS data. They could have given a definitive answer to you. They didn't, and that's not on him. That is not on him, because they didn't give you the evidence you could have been comfortable with to rely on.
Yeah, they'll start showing in a second.
Just taking
Just give it a
Relly's
minute.
word, which is not a word that you would take for anything of importance in anyone's life.
There we go.
They didn't give you the evidence you could have been comfortable with to rely on, as opposed to just taking Relly's word, which is not a word that you would take for anything of importance in anyone's life. Whether he had him at some apartment in Los Angeles or at some friend's car or some place, who knows? We'll never know. We could have known, but we don't, and we never will. And because the prosecution gave you no one in this courtroom the ability to track where Relly went in the hour and a half after the incident, only Ill's GPS data did they get. It shows you they could get it, they just didn't get his. They just wanted us to take his word on that, word of the pathological liar. Look at all the things they failed to corroborate that they could have. To corroborate Efron's account, the DA could have done any of the following. And we're giving you a sense of comfort, a sense that, hey, you know what? He did tell the truth about this anyway. They could have called Efron's girlfriend, Liddy Parker, who was allegedly with Efron when he claims he retrieved the shell casings. They could have collected GPS data from that night from Efron's phone to prove he returned to the scene. Again, they did use it for Ill's phone, but chose not for Efron. Could have looked at the metadata on the photographs that Efron took of these shell casings, which would have shown exactly where he was when he took those photos. These are things they could have done to corroborate him. Go ahead. They could have produced a plane ticket or receipt to show that Efron actually left Los Angeles.
Dang.
After he went to a shooting range 2 weeks before the incident, they didn't do that. They could have called Asap Bari to corroborate the conversation that he allegedly had, or that allegedly happened on November 5th, the day before the incident, with Bari and Rocky, in which Relly claims Rocky badmouthed him. No phone records of that, nothing. And then, of course, they could have tested Efron's casings to see if they came from the magazine found at Rocky's house prior to the trial. Of course, they could have tested Rocky's DNA against those casings or the magazine, and they did neither.
This is crazy.
Those are just some of the things. I mean, those are deficiencies in the evidence. And they create reasonable doubts. They're reasonable doubts. And especially when you consider what Relly did with the photos of those shell casings. He didn't go running to the police saying, hey, help, I was a victim of a crime. He tried to extort money out of Rocky by going to Rocky and his manager first.
Here we go.
And I want to remind you that there are two hurdles the prosecution has to overcome to get conviction in this case. First, proving that Rocky did not carry the property. And then, of course, they can't do that beyond a reasonable doubt, not even close. And then, of course, the judge's instructions told you should stop right there if you find that and find him not guilty. But also, the judge instructed you that regardless of whether he possessed a prop gun or not, you must find him not guilty if the prosecution had not disproved that he acted in self-defense or defense of another beyond reasonable doubt. And in this case, there is clear evidence of self-defense of another. And by the way, I heard Mr. Kozlovic say in his summation, that's a new defense. It's not a new defense. We talked about in our summation, in our opening statement a month ago. The judge gave you the instruction on it, not because he was doing me a favor. The judge gave you the instruction on it because there's a view of the evidence that supports it. Rocky had a prop gun, you shouldn't even get to self-defense. But it's there. It's another layer that they have to overcome beyond a reasonable doubt. And Relly was the aggressor. There's no question. In their opening statement, they said Rocky was the aggressor. Rocky was the one who sought confrontation, and they did everything possible at this trial to make me believe that. Right from the beginning, they played their video of 16 East Belmore, which captured the incident. But they intentionally left something out of that. When they claimed that Relly used ills as a human shield, what they did not want you to see was after it was all done and Rocky's out of the picture and Relly's already running out, they cut Relly running back towards Ills and attacking Ills again. So the human shield thing is no longer there. Everyone's out of the picture. And Relly goes back and takes one more parting shot at Ills to the left before he goes off to the right. They cut that out of the video. Of course, they don't want you to see that. That's very damning to their case. They actually cut it out of the video. I'm going to show that to you.
They cut it out of the
What
video.
else did they want you to see or hear?
Nasty.
The first shot actually occurred on the 1616 DC Del Mar video, which is why Detective Flores' testimony established that they mistimed the first shot. Remember, Detective Flores talked about this. As opposed to our video, which you know is the accurate timing based on two things, your eyes and 12. It's not a game. There's way too much at stake. His life is at stake. It's not a game. Detective Flores gave us uncomfortable testimony in that regard. Okay. It was a rough estimate, he said. They tried. That's not good enough. Gave you a living example how their timing was off by a full second. I showed you the video where one thing said 8 seconds, yet the video was 9 seconds. Detective Flores said, yeah, it was. But I didn't make it. I didn't make the video. Let's go through the evidence that shows that Relly, not Rocky, was the aggressor. And look, you can look at 3 things to show that. Communications, intent, and actions. So I want to just quickly get through that and then move on. But communications, intent, and actions. Let's start with communications. The prosecution wants you to believe that the events on November 6, 2021 started the day before when Relly claimed he was in the car with ASAP Bari and supposedly heard Rocky say, at that end, Relly, I'll beat him up. First of all, I don't think Rocky is going to say he's going to beat Relly up in any lifetime. He's not, I think Relly made fun of him.
Well,
his manhood, called him some derogatory names. He's not a gangster, he's not a fucker. Certainly, he's not thinking he's beating Relly up. And what's the proof of that? What's the proof of that conversation that started it all, that showed Rocky's the aggressor? No text messages, no phone records, no recorded statements, no other witnesses. And of course, the one guy who heard it, ASAP Bari, who Relly said is still good friends with, they brought him in here. Say, yeah, that's what Rocky said. So we just have to take Relly's word again. Just his word. For so many reasons, you can't just take his word on anything. You saw him lie over and over to you. Over and over. It became a joke. It was offensive in a joke. It's not funny. Including about this very issue about being the aggressor you lied to you on. And they embraced his position on that. They embraced it.
That's tough.
Remember what they showed you in their opening statement, text messages from Rocky to Relly on the way to the Playboy Cardi concert on November 6th, 2021 at 9:34. WYA is where you're at, where you at. Let's get to it, stop talking my calls. They showed you this. That's the, I think it's People's Exhibit 13. I have that right? They showed you that. They wanted you to believe that these were sinister messages and that Rocky therefore was the aggressor. First of all, you heard from 12-year-old Jamel Phillips, who said that there was nothing aggressive about these messages. He heard the calls. They were late for this Playboy Cardi concert, whatever that is, and they were trying to connect with Relly. But what else did you learn? When the prosecution showed you those texts, they wanted you to believe that those were the first messages of the evening of November 6, 2021. what you learned was that Relly deleted the messages before that. The early messages that showed Relly's true character, his true animosity, his true aggression towards Rocky, his true intentions of meeting Rocky that night. He deleted messages before giving his phone to the police. On November 6, 2021, at 10:30 a.m., Relly texts Rocky first, saying this, Exhibit P. You got all this fake animosity towards me, LOL, beat me up, and I wish you would. Give me a reason, and you've been, whatever. You see what it says, I don't have to read that word. Relly
He said, I'm not going to read that word.
He wanted a reason to fight Rocky. He made it clear there. Matter of fact, his testimony made it clear. He said, from his trial testimony, what do you say under that vote? Give me a reason, he answers. And then I say, a reason to do what? To fight you, or whatever, at this point. So when he says, give me a reason, explain what that meant. It meant to fight Rocky. Those were the first messages of the evening. You didn't see that. They presented the other messages from Rocky as the only messages that day. And that one wasn't their fault, because their witness lied to them, lied to the police, and deleted messages. Destroyed evidence in this case, which he's fond of doing. And when I asked Relly if he deleted those messages before turning his phone over to law enforcement, he lied to you at first. There's a big shocker to me. At first he said, I don't recall. Then I showed him the messages. What did he say next? His go-to line. You see those messages? It's fake. It's fake. Anything that crushed him was fake. It's fake. You heard that a lot from him at this trial when confronted with his own words, whether text or recorded conversations. It's fake. But he ultimately admitted he sent those texts to Rocky that day. But obviously he didn't like the way it would have looked to the police. He chose him to be the aggressor. So it didn't fit his narrative, so what did he do? Delete them. What other communications were there? We're on communication still, leading up to the November 6th altercation. You saw text messages from Relly to his friend Ty Y on October 16, 2021. When Relly was in LA, as we know. And he said, if Rocky don't, this is an exhibit, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'ma beat that end up.
He said,
So,
and I'm proud of you, Joe.
He's now threatening to beat Rocky up because he didn't think you heard what that was all about this ASAP member, ASAP Josh, who passed away. Rocky stepped up and paid for the body to be flown back to New York and the funeral expenses for the family. For some reason, Relly on his own just thought, well, Rocky didn't take care of that. You know, so he would take back. He did, he learned. So Relly sent that message on October 16th, threatening to beat Rocky up. Of course, when I first showed him that message, they objected. Not sure why that's his message, because they didn't want you to see that. Threatening to beat Rocky up. And why? Why did that not be relevant for you to see? It's offensive. That is offensive. That we had to bring that to you. Relly's willingness to lie to you over and over again without regard to his oath to tell the truth is offensive. When I asked Relly if he sent that message to, if he sent the message about beating up Rocky, he lied again. Falling back on his usual answers, I don't recall. I don't recall if I sent it. So I showed him, and his response, look at his response here. What am I looking at in his text messages? He said, what? It's hard to read that for you guys, it's hard to read for me. But what he says is, what am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that, he said.
You know what time it is.
That's at the bottom of that red box. I
Come on,
wouldn't
man.
even write that. And when I explained to him that the text was given to us from his phone, from the district attorney's office, he changed his answer to, this means nothing. Even if it was, okay, yes. I mean, just like that. Just like that. So I don't write that. I don't write like that to, sir, this was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours? This means nothing. Even if it was, okay, yes. So in a matter of 5 seconds, he went from, that's not me, I don't write like that, to, oh, they gave it to us from my phone? Okay, yes, it is me. That's perjury, ladies and gentlemen, that's perjury. Again, that's a crime, by the way, perjury. So I then asked Relly, if in that message that he sent, if the N-word in his text message, I'm gonna beat that N up, referred to Rocky. And you know what his answer was? I don't recall. Seriously. The message said, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'm gonna beat that N up. So why did he say I don't recall? Because he knew that that message showed his animosity towards Rocky, it showed his aggression, and it showed his intent. That's why we had to bring that message up to you. We had to show you that. That didn't come on direct. His intent, number 2. Relly's message was made clear he was the aggressor. They give you a little window into his intent, but so does his testimony. When I asked him if he was upset in his belief that Rocky didn't follow through on his promise to pay for A$AP Justice's funeral, Relly suddenly didn't know what the word upset meant. That's literally what he said. I don't know what the word upset means.
Yeah.
So I showed him his prior sworn testimony at the preliminary hearing, which was also under oath. That's a big deal for him. Question, you were upset, right? Answer, yes. So what did he do? Again, he just changed his sworn testimony in this courtroom in front of you as if it were no big deal. Yeah, I would be upset, he said. So the word he didn't even know what it meant a minute ago.
Cap
yeah,
again.
of course I was upset. His oath to tell the truth means nothing to that man. Absolutely nothing. Remember, he told you I could say whatever I want. And he so did that time and again. When I asked him if he was, quote unquote, pissed on November 6, 2021, and he was going to meet Rocky, he once again said, I don't recall. I don't recall if I was pissed. I once more had to confront him with his prior statement to get the truth out of him, this time with a recorded statement to a district attorney, Mr. Siegel. No, Engel. What's his name? Engel. Engel.
Siegel's your guy.
Yeah, Siegel, okay, thanks. Engel. Fred Engel from the district attorney's office back in 2022. And he said, oh yeah, I was pissed. Again, why did he first say I don't recall that he was pissed when he had said it in so many other places over the years? But he didn't want to be pissed. He knows that makes him out to be the aggressor on November 6, 2021. And we were talking specifically about November 6, 2021, when he was pissed. You know he was angry on November 6, 2021. You know, he was now pissed and upset with Rocky. We know Relly was jealous of him. He made that very clear. You heard him tell that person while he's Jenny. We'll get to that in a minute. He said, I made that. He used the N-word. I made that N-word. You heard Relly criticize Rocky, saying it's been open-ended promises forever with him. Schroeder told you it wasn't true, that he was very generous the minute he got his first record deal. He moved everyone, 20 guys from A$AP into his apartment in New York. You heard Relly complain that he couldn't be involved with Rocky in the music industry and that he wasn't even trying to be in August of 2021. But despite that, you saw messages in the group chat with Rocky, Relly, and Relly's business partner, this is Justin Benea, on August 6, 2020. When you saw during that exchange, Relly trying to get Rocky to help him professionally, and Justin Benea asking him to jump on a call, which Rocky was happy to do, but apparently not fast enough for Relly. Because he didn't respond fast enough, Relly sent a message to that group channel August 5th, 2021, saying, exactly, here it is, exactly my point, LOL. July 24th, FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Make no mistake about this, Relly was jealous of Rocky and his success. He wanted the world to think he was successful. I mean, that's why we went through these Instagram posts of his, with his lavish lifestyle and his closet of cash and private planes and all the stuff he posted. However, the truth was anything but what he tried to make the world believe. He saw his bank accounts. I mean, he was pretending to be a multimillionaire with $700,000 in the bank. That was important to him. And that has to do with his jealousy and his greed. And there's no question he was jealous and angry at Rocky's success. And being as aggressive as he is, Relly, he didn't do much to hide his true feelings, except for being under oath. At least he tried first. He tried. Remember what he said about whether he would say F you to Rocky? He was actually asked by the prosecution on that one. Would you ever say F you to Rocky? And, you know, if you did, would you mean it? And he said, well, here's what he said. If I said F you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love. So he said, well,
How?
that wasn't true. Because I showed him this text to Rocky on September 18, 2021, which was him saying, no matter how much and try, you not changing. And everything about you, you fake ass N. I get hate you, sucker. I'm not even gonna read this disgusting thing, but this is what he said. This is what he said. No, he doesn't say F you to Rocky. Only wishy-washy with love. I mean, there's nothing he doesn't lie about. There is absolutely nothing he doesn't lie about. That's his level of anger. What was Relly's response when seeing that message? Look at his response. Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah, it's from you. Okay, that's cool. That message was cool. That's what he said. That's cool. Bless you. That's cool. In which world was that message cool for anybody? That despicable message cool for anybody?
Yep, it
It
wasn't.
shows you who Relly is, who he was on November 6, 2021, an angry, jealous man full of hate. You good? Third, his actions. His actions on November 6, 2021 make it clear, his actions in this court make it clear. When I was questioning him, he became hostile, volatile, and aggressive. I mean, at one point he flexed his muscles. He cursed in the courtroom, fell first for me. He yelled. When he thought I was disrespecting him by asking questions, he looked like he was ready to jump off that stand, man. And that was in front of you in the courtroom. And just imagine what he's like in the street. It doesn't take too much imagination when his actions were caught on video.
That's
When he shared
true.
that video, but he claimed he went back to the scene, by the way, to take photographs of cameras there after the incident. He said, I went back to take photographs of cameras. Well, you know, if that were true, you would have seen those photographs. They didn't show you those photographs because they don't exist. They don't exist. Apart from his word, there's absolutely no evidence that Relly ever photographed a single camera at the scene. And that's because the last thing he wanted was for the police to see what was actually happening with these altercations. And listen, folks, I have to say this to you. I just hope I haven't taxed your patience by my persistence and my zeal. Yeah, I've never learned how to talk about human liberty or human faith concisely or complacently. I just don't have that ability. I just don't have that talent. And I know I'm covering a lot of material here. But I don't know, like, what you need here, what you don't need here. I don't know, you know, if I'm going through something, you're like, yes, we know that already, Ms. Captain. I know you can't say it to me. But I just can't sit down with all that's on the line here and thinking I didn't cover something. So please bear with me. I know this is a long process, but it's my last chance to speak to you. And again, there's just so much riding on this that I just can't be brief. I can't cut corners here. So please.
He must have seen somebody yawning over there.
Going on and on, but it's important to him. And I just don't know what's important for you guys. So please. So the one on Argyle Avenue, each of those two instances, the one on Argyle Avenue, the other one on the corner of East Del Mar, Relly was expressing both his anger, jealousy, and hate. And following through on his threat just a few weeks before about, I'm going to beat that end up. Relly's testimony about his expectations on the way to meet Rocky was clear, that he was looking for a fight. And to use Relly's words, he thought if there was going to be an altercation, quote, there would be a bit of roughing. In fact, although he again first tried to hide behind another one of his I don't recalls, he then admitted under oath that when men are angry, they fight. That's what he believes in. When men are angry, they fight. And despite his initial effort to make you believe otherwise, on November 6, 2021, we now know he was angry. You saw that anger on display. During the opening statement, the prosecution said that you see on video Mr. Mayers immediately is aggressive towards Mr. Efron. They showed you that Rocky is pushing Efron backwards as he pushes him off camera out of view. Well, let's see if that plays out. I'm going to show you this video. You can see for yourself. The first one reaching out is Efron. He's the first one to make physical contact with Rocky with his left hand. And you also heard that from Charlie. He was there. Boom. And Rocky's right hand's not even up yet. He then puts it up.
Yep. Run it back. Play it again.
And as Schwalbe told you, consistent with that video, it was Relly who grabbed him first. And in fact, Relly realized his actions in this video were a problem for him. So although he first testified that he was a lefty, while watching himself in this video,
here we go.
He grabbed Rocky with his left hand. He suddenly switched to being a righty. I don't remember that testimony. He said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty.
About this. Yep.
You could always ask for a rebound. He switched from being a lefty to a righty. He said, I can see I was stopping a little. Like I said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. Whether you're left-handed or right-handed is not one of those things you forget. It's not one of those things you mix up. Why lie about that? Why try to minimize? Because the video showed him doing that, what you just saw, being the first aggressor, the one to make contact first. And despite the prosecution's promise about that video, it does not show Rocky as the one who is the aggressor or immediately grabs Rocky. It doesn't. And what else does it show you? It does not show you what the prosecution promised it to show you, which is Rocky pushing Relly off the screen. It shows the opposite, and I'm going to show you what I mean. You've all seen and heard about how much bigger and stronger Relly is than Rocky. Not a fact in dispute. Consistent with that, Schwalbe told you that Relly was pulling Rocky off the screen. But you know who else told you that? Relly told you that. He told you I was pulling him. That's his testimony. For his standard operating procedure, when I first asked Relly if he was pulling Rocky back, he said he didn't recall, he didn't know. Then, after being impeached with his prior testimony once more, he heard his answer.
This is bad.
He was walking in, I tried pulling him back. That's Relly at the preliminary hearing. He tried pulling him back, and that's what he's doing on the video. He's pulling Rocky back. During their opening statement with respect to this first incident, the prosecution also told you that Rocky produced a similar amount of pistols and pointed at Relly and said, I'm going to kill you. Let's break that down and see what the evidence really shows. First of all, the object was not a similar amount of pistol, it was a prop gun. That's pretty clear from the evidence. Not only witness testimony, the fact that there's no evidence of a shooting at all. But beyond that, Rocky certainly did not point at Relly. The video shows that. And Twelby told you
That's
that.
true.
In fact, based on Relly's own testimony, the object was put away when two people walked by on the street. And as a result of that, whatever Relly claims Rocky did with it, while they were off camera to the right, meaning inside that parking garage, you know that's a problem for them because they were off camera in the parking garage for only seconds. Only seconds. Not long enough for Relly to have happened to him what he described happened to him. What does the evidence show about this? That he again lied to you, changed the story about what happened in that insert of the parking garage that's not on camera. He testified here, he said, Relly said that Rocky just pointed the object at his head and his stomach, nothing more. He denied here that there was any physical contact with his body and the object. He denied that. But when he spoke to the district attorney about this in that prior recorded statement in 2022, he gave a completely different version. He said that Rocky actually pressed the barrel of the gun against his stomach and pushed. Why give a different version in this courtroom? Because when we talk about this, when you're lying, sometimes you just can't keep it straight. The truth never changes. In that regard, remember what Relly first said to the desk officer, Kirk Anderson, one of the last witnesses for the prosecution, maybe the last, when he reported this incident on November 8th, 2 days later. Officer Anderson told you that Relly said Rocky pulled out the gun from 5 to 10 feet away as he was approaching. We know that didn't happen. And that's 2 days later. The video doesn't show that happening, but of course, Relly first reported this incident. He didn't know that there was video. In other words, Relly could not say whatever he wanted to say, as he thinks. But it didn't stop him from trying. Then he said that Rocky said during this incident, I'm going to kill you right now. That was his words to you all. I'm going to kill you right now. Now, folks, if someone says that to you, you're not likely to forget those words. That's going to be in your mind's eye for a long time. I'm going to kill you right now as they're pointing a gun. You're not going to forget them if they are truthful. If they're truthful. Mm-hmm. But when I confronted him with his prior statement to the district attorney recorded, so it couldn't be fake, only a year after the incident, in 2022, not 3.5 years later, like his trial testimony, only a year after, what did he say then about this? He told the district attorney on a recorded interview 1 year later. And then Rocky's like, he's saying something I don't remember because it was like a long time ago and I don't remember what he was saying. First of all, it was a year later and that was a long time ago. 3.5 years later, he remembers being given a death threat. A year later, he doesn't remember what he was saying because it was a long time ago. Again, the truth is not easy. Sorry, the truth is easy to keep straight. That's the truth. But when you're lying, when you're making up stories, you can't remember the lie all the time, and that's when these things happen.
Mm-hmm. That's true. You'd be up there
So
sweating when
what's
you're lying.
explanation for a completely different answer on that? What's the explanation? Here's his explanation. Here's what he told you all. When I asked him, I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That was his answer. Mm-hmm. I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. I mean, you said Rocky said he was going to kill you to this jury. A year after this incident, you said, it was too long ago, you don't remember what he said. What's the story, Mr. Efron? I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro. That's the answer. Just give me my 30 million, my 30 M's. I gotta get out of here. I want to talk about this. This is the man they want you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think we know from using our God-given common sense, the truth doesn't keep changing. It doesn't keep changing. You don't get inconsistent versions of the truth. You don't need to memorize the truth. And one last thing on this point, that first incident. You heard Twelby explain how he believed, it was his observations, how he believed the prop gun came into Rocky's hand during that first altercation. To him, anyway, to 12, what it looked like was that Rocky's sweatpants were falling down, and you actually do see that in the video. And then Relly was lifting him off the ground, and you see that. And that Rocky grabbed the prop gun to adjust it, because it had a little clip. That was Trolley's belief on what he saw in that chaotic moment. You have the video to watch for yourself. Along with that video, you have Trolley's testimony. And that makes this clear. Rocky was being strong-armed by Relly. No question about that. You see him being choked at one point by Relly, Trolley pointed out. He was grabbed, he was pulled, he was jostled. And under those circumstances, Rocky's actions in that brief encounter were fully justified. His Honor will give the law on self-defense. If he has, you have those sheets there, the jury instructions with you, take back. They have to disprove it beyond the reasonable doubt. They can't do that. That's a very heavy burden to carry. They won't be able to carry it.
Yeah, that's an improper overall.
And you know who tells you that? Not just the video, not just 12E, not just the video that you saw, not just 12E. You know who else tells you it was self-defense? Relly.
Uh-oh.
When Relly was talking to Wally Sajecki, at a time he didn't think he was being recorded. Remember the recordings he called fake? Here's what he said.
He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense.
Well, so the guy wanting 30 million, the quote-unquote complaining witness in this case, the victim, is saying he pulled out a gun for self-defense. But somehow you are supposed to believe it wasn't in self-defense. That's his words. That was 12's words, and the video shows that.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's it. Their own so-called victim saying Rocky acted in self-defense. How could they prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt? They cannot.
They didn't.
One last thing on this, when you watch the video, Rocky held the prop gun in his non-dominant left hand. You heard testimony Rocky's right. The entire time it's his left hand. Obviously, it was never meant to be more than anything but a deterrent. That thing is in his left hand all the time. Now, unfortunately, Relly wasn't deterred there. We heard about that after the first incident. You heard what happened. He followed Rocky, 12 and Hills, all the way down to Argyle Avenue, around the corner to Selma, and then to Vista Del Mar. Of course, when I questioned Relly about whether he followed them, he told you that he didn't. His answer was negative. Negative. So I tried to impeach him with his prior testimony, asking him whether he just said it was incorrect that he followed him. And what did Relly do? He became belligerent with me, asking me, when was that? What are you talking about? Because you tripped me. Like, I don't understand. That was his answer to me. Relly understood full well what was happening. They understood full well what was happening. Because when I tried to question Relly about this, there was an objection saying that the word following was vague. Following was vague. I'm like, anyone in this courtroom not understand the word following?
Dang, he looked after the prosecutor. Oh, shoot.
Oh,
that was
like that.
gold. Dang, Joe.
Relly said that previously under oath. They knew that.
Dang.
Despite efforts,
Major shade.
you hear that. Relly, you heard it yourself. Relly testified previously after the altercation by the parking garage that he followed Rocky 12 and it was followed. So why did Relly and the prosecution fight so hard? Directly were hearing that. Because they knew that's not the act of a victim.
No, that's improper.
And certainly not the one who claims to have just been knowingly assaulted with a real gun. That's not the act of a victim. That alone, folks, is another reasonable doubt. That puts the nail in the coffin in this case. That is not the action of the victim. Following someone who just pulled the gun on you, according to today's recollection, vertically killing you, and you know it's a real gun, you're following them. Not only following them, verbally assaulting them as you're following them. We'll talk about that again soon, but right now remember what Relly did as he followed Rocky 12 Mills. Relly was livid the entire time. He told you that, as a matter of fact. He was ready to hit 12, he said. Ready to hit 12. But only after answering, this is my favorite, honestly. Were you ready to hit 12? Correct. Court said, yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know. Court was giving them options. The witness's answer was to, are you ready to hit 12? Was yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. So, this is a game. Again, I remind everyone, this is their only complaining witness, their only witness to the events of that night, taking the witness stand, making serious accusations against somebody that have serious ramifications. You need to, and you get to assess his credibility. This man can give you a straight answer, not without having you pulled from him, not without having the court admonish him. I mean, do you remember this one? He's telling me what to do. Literally was telling me what to do as I'm trying to question him. That's why he was on the witness stand for 5 days. And the court at one point said, no, don't tell Mr. Tacopino what to do. His job is to ask you questions. Your job is to answer questions. I mean, the guy was instructing me how I should ask, or what I should be doing on the witness, while I was questioning him, as he's on the witness stand. In any event, Relly openly admitted that he was ready to hit 12. And after initially denying it, Relly also admitted he told the district attorney on 2022 that he hated ills. Here we all loved ills. He told the DA 1 year later, I hated ills. Hated. So with that hatred festering in him, he followed Rocky, 12 and ills, and he screamed at all. And why did he do that? Why did he follow them all? Remember what he said about that? Because 12 put a knife away. That's why I followed him. First of all, that doesn't make sense in any world. According to Relly, he decided to follow someone who he claimed had a gun and threatened to kill him because he saw a knife being put away. That's why he said he followed him. That defies common sense. Second, you heard from Officer Anderson, who testified in this trial at the end. He was the guy who was lucky enough to receive a left run on November 8th, 2021, and you heard him say, Relly never mentioned anything about a knife when he first reported this to the police. Never. In fact, according to Officer Anderson, Relly told him that 12E actually tried to de-escalate the situation. That's what Officer Anderson said Relly told him 2 days later. And third, beyond that, you heard from 12E himself. And he told you it wasn't true. He didn't carry a knife. And who are you going to believe? Is there any real question about which of them is more believable, Relly or 12E? You get to assess their credibility. Their credibility is based on everything. The way they answered questions. Did they get caught in lies? Were they impeached? Were they inconsistent? How was their demeanor? I mean, Relly didn't follow Rocky 12 Mills because he saw a knife being put away. He did it because he was angry and jealous. He did it because he wanted revenge. You heard what he was yelling at as he was following him. He told Ills he was a crackhead. You heard that Ills does have some serious problems with that. You heard he said, 12B, you live in the projects, mocking that poor kid. Like, how horrible. You're not as successful as me. You live in the projects.
It's messed up.
And that Rocky had failed us all. Think about that last line. Rocky failed us all. Like, he was his ward. That last line shows you there's no question of his anger and resentment. And the second altercation, and those negative feelings came to a boiling point when Relly and everyone else reached that corner of Beast Del Mar. According to them, when they reached the corner of Beast Del Mar, Rocky just turned around and started firing. Boom. For no reason. He just started firing at him. And then Relly used Ills as a human shield, he said. The evidence shows you that's absolutely not what happened. The entire time First, the entire time that Willie was following Rocky, Rocky was trying to get away from him. He was verbally assaulting Rocky. Rocky never said a word. Not a word, you heard that. Relly even told you that, 12 even told you that. He was just the first one walking away. It was Relly who was acting crazy and screaming according to 12. So why would Rocky suddenly go from 0 to 100 for no reason at all and just shoot him? He wouldn't, he didn't, and it doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is what you saw for yourself on the video that we're going to show you again. And what do you see for yourself on the video? What 12 explained. That Relly was looking for a fight, as he already said. That he attacked Ills. And that Rocky fired a warning shot with a prop gun in self-defense and defense of another. And the prosecution played you a video called the sequence surveillance video. I'm going to show you that video at the end. Which placed the first shot from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video over the 1616 Vista Del Mar video. Before Relly grabbed Ills. That video placed the first shot before Relly grabbed Ills. That was meant to be staged, because that did not happen that way. That's not what happened. You heard from Detective Flores on this. That sequence surveillance video, that's what it was called, sequence surveillance video, it was made by hand, so a little cursor bouncing around up there. And it was a rough approximation, his word, rough approximation of what happened. Rough. Where every second here counts. That's a rough approximation. So when you try to put the sound into the video, it was a rough approximation.
Garbage.
Rough approximation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, detective. He also told you the first shot depicted would have actually occurred at a later point if the 6200 Hollywood video was fast. And what did we see the other day when he was testifying, when I cross-examined him? We looked at that video in real time, and it was really fast. It was fast. Detective Flores said, oh yeah, one thing says 9 seconds, one says 8, you're right. So we know the sequence surveillance video is wrong. In fact, Detective Flores at that point distanced himself from it. He said, I was the one who made it. I didn't make it. Well, who did? I don't disbelieve Detective Flores. I know he didn't make it, but who did? Where did it come from? You were never told that. No one told you how they made it. That rough approximation that turned out to be wrong. They just threw it together, hoping that would be sufficient, and that we'd all accept that as the video with the sound, and that's the time. Hoping no one would notice or catch it. We did. That's what they're trying to pass off as evidence in a crucial issue in this case. Did Rocky fire before or after Relly lunged at Ills? Because that fact changes Rocky's mindset at that moment. The prosecution wants you to believe Rocky shot first. For no reason, just out of the blue. And that Relly then dove for Ills as human shield. That's not what happened. You heard from 12B, who looked at the enlarged video that we introduced. The one with the first shot happening after Relly lunged for Ills, after Relly hit Ills multiple times.
There's your self-defense.
And 12B told you, he narrated that video what actually happened. You have your eyes, you see Rocky's arm go out with that first shot. And that's when the first shot is. It's well after Relly's in full-blown attack mode on Ills. And 12B told you what happened. When the prosecution cross-examined him, they did everything possible to not let him explain what happened. They yelled at him, demanded yes/no answers. They berated him. Anything but let him explain. They did that with 12B, a compliant witness, a respectful witness, over and over. But when I asked questions of Relly,
respectful.
I got speeches, insults, not answers, but I didn't cut him off. I didn't demand yes or no. If he wanted to tie the noose on his own neck of credibility, I let him. Let him keep going. But they kept cutting 12B off because I think I want you to hear what really happened.
No, that's improper argument.
Fair comment on the evidence.
Overruled.
From a witness who's actually at the scene. That's why the prosecution and their case detectives didn't even try to speak to 12 for 3.5 years. They knew who it was. They knew where he lived. 3.5 years they didn't try to speak to 12. Yeah, two weeks before the trial started, or no, sorry, not even. As the trial started, they asked in court with the judge, do you want to speak to us? He was like, nah, I'm good. Okay, the trial had already started. He was a witness. 3.5 years they didn't even think to reach out to him. But they tried to make it think otherwise. They asked Detective Flores on direct whether 12 would agree to an interview. Detective Flores said no. That was it. No. Which would leave you with an impression I would understand that 12 was not cooperative. He didn't want to speak to him. What you learned on cross-examination that Detective Flores only first tried to speak to 12 a couple of weeks ago in 2025. Come on. I asked Detective Flores, is January 2025 the first time you tried to interview 12 about what happened on November 6, 2021? His answer was, correct. Me personally, yes. So I had to follow up that one with you personally. When you say you personally, how about anyone else from the police department? His answer was, no, that would be the first time. I mean, Detective Flores seriously think I was just asking about him personally? Of course not. That was devastating to them. So I had to go through 3 layers of that. Oh, here it would be. We're putting it up in there. We're buying it? It was up. It's a nice beach. Yeah. Well, it's a beach anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't prove it.
There it is.
Okay, that's so just so no one thinks I'm mistaking the evidence. That's what he said. 12 would agree to be interviewed by you, and you said no, he wouldn't. Remember? Yes. Are you referring to 2 weeks ago in court here? Yes. Is that the first time you tried to interview him? Yes. So in January 2025 is the first time you tried to interview 12 about the incident that occurred on November 6, 2021? Correct. Me personally, yes. How about anyone else from your police department? Yes. No. That would be the first time, correct. Why didn't I bring that out on cross? Why? Search for the truth. Why is that not all coming out on the record? As opposed to leaving you with the impression, if I decided not to get up and cross-examine, or I was asleep, you'd be left with the impression, fairly, that 12 was not compliant, he wasn't cooperative, he didn't want to speak to me, he refused to be interviewed. That's not the case, as you see. In any event, 12 told you what happened. His testimony is consistent with what's seen on that video. Look, that's defense exhibit DE, and I will say this, thank God on this video. Thank God this video needs to go on. Before you play it, hold on. When I was listening to Mr. Brzloma's summation, the first summation that they get, it was as if he never saw this video. This is the exact right time of what happened. Based on the video, based on 12D's testimony, based on the Detective Flores saying that their video was a second too fast. You see really thrown haymakers in this video. Haymakers is an expression, just punches repeatedly. Let me show it to you.
Yeah, play it in slow motion too, like they did.
Then Mr. Brzloma said in his opening statement, in his opening summation, that I said in my opening that I promised you I was going to bring in pictures of ills to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make promises I can't keep. And I promise you, I never said that in my opening statement. As a matter of fact, they get to go again after I will not object if they put my opening statement up.
No, that's improper.
Here's the sustain. Sustain.
Show me anywhere
more
where I
shots.
promised pictures of ills. I never did. But that was argued to you yesterday. And why would they take pictures of Bill's bloody lip on November 6, 2021, just in case there's a trial in 2025? Okay, let's
Close your
watch
mouth,
that
John.
defense exhibit E.
John's over there.
You'll see everything Twelby described in the video. That Relly acted as the aggressor, that he repeatedly hit
You're getting
Bills.
cooked right now.
Only after that, Rocky tried to defend Bills by firing the first warning shot. Sergeant Cook sort of suggests on his body cam. You see his arm extending to fire the props when you hear the sound. It's clear and obvious. You had a live witness who was also there. Let's look at it now. This is the REE. There's Rocky, there's Twelby, there's Hills, and then there's Relly. And you see him going after, then boom. Second shot. You see Relly still going after Hills. Still going after Hills. Rocky's gone.
This is
Twelby's
so
not
bad,
still.
man.
Hills is stuck in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Relly go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Hills running away, he falls. And then Relly goes off to the right.
This is bad. This is it right here. This is it.
Stop the cap.
Relly lied. I gotta run this back again. I wish Joe would slow it at play it at half speed like the prosecutors did. This is just bad. It clearly looks like Relly is attacking him.
There's Rocky, there's Twelby, there's Hills, and then there's Relly. And you see him
Look,
going after, then boom. Second shot.
He pushes him off. Why does he push him off like that?
You see Relly still going after Hills.
He puts him on the ground. Rocky's back is turned and he puts this man on the ground. Look at it. I'm telling you, the jury's gonna watch this 50-11 times.
Going after, then boom.
Look, they were already over here. They were already over here tussling. Pulls him to the ground. Still going. Still going. You see,
Rocky's gone.
You see Relly's arm
Bill's stuck
extend.
in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Relly go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Bill's running away, he falls. And then Relly goes off to the right. Now, we have to break that down a little slower. It's very fast what happens. Again, guys, when you're deliberating, you get to see this. Judge, back in the room with them? Or?
Yes. Watch it. Slow it
Go
down.
back in the room with them, the video?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So, you can see as much as you want, as long as you want, as slow as you want, as fast as you want. But look, that didn't stop Relly. I'm not done with that in the end. What you see is him repeatedly hitting Hills, move towards Twelby, and trying to hit it. And look, you see Relly literally cocking his arm back and slugging Hills. I'm going to try and show it to you here. I'm going to get that pointer.
You can see that they were fighting.
I'm going to sit in this chair so I don't block you all in the back. Can everyone back there see? Yep, big head. Okay. Wow. Be gentle on the screen. There's Rocky, there's Twelby, there's Hills, and there's Relly. And boom, he's going after him. Look at him, he's tussling him. There's the first shot. There's the second. And look at his arm going back and forth here. Can you go back for a second, guys?
Wow, this is crazy.
Look,
And
see
Joe's
the arm
pointing
going
it
back
out.
and forth. Go back one more time, guys. A little further. Please, thank you. Watch his arm. Boom.
They were
and you see the
already
head of
fighting.
Bills there, going back and forth. And why does Twelby tell you he ran? One more time, guys, please. He said he sees Relly coming at him, and he has that something hernia, inguinal hernia, whatever that is.
Inguinal
And he goes,
hernia.
Watch. He's right there. Then he sees him coming, and he runs because he can't fight.
And then he went back.
Look, it's over. Why is he still
It's over.
fighting? And he just knocks those down.
It's over, man. It's over. It's over.
He cuts
It's
off this
done.
part. Boom. One more. Good graces, and then he goes to the right and leaves.
He was still using him as a shield.
You get to take that back in the video room. The jury room with you, I didn't know that. So that's good. You can see as many times as you want. Whatever speed you want. Stop it wherever you want. I encourage you to do that. That's defense exhibit EE. That's the right time. You see, Jack, we do one more time, just that shot part. It's
Show it again, Joe.
Again, you have eyes. Rocky's arm goes like that. That's where the shot is. I really described that. That's what he was doing. He was shooting down himself. It's after really attacks him. Boom, he's hitting hills. Boom, you hear the shot.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no real question that Relly was the aggressor here. The video from 16 Vista Del Mar makes that perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. The real video, not the rough one that was off by a second. That makes the shooting all look ridiculous. I mean, their video, you hear a shot, and then Rocky shoots. That's the video that captures what happened. 12 narrated for you, your eyes can tell you. He wasn't using Hills as a human shield. He wasn't underneath or behind Hills. He was on top of Hills. That's not how you use a human shield. And 12, he told you that he told Rocky to leave because of the noise, because of his status as a high-profile person. And Rocky ultimately left, but still, after that, Relly continued to attack Hills. They, as I mentioned to you, they cut off their video, so you didn't see that anymore. Hoping no one will notice. Let's play their video real quick. Can we play theirs? This is their video. Watch what's cut off at the end.
Wow, this is crazy. Every time I see it, it's more and more obvious.
Rocky's going. Well, he said he's checking to make sure it was okay. Then he runs. That's it.
You know, I said this earlier and a couple days ago. I said, as a juror, I would have liked to hear Rocky testify. Seeing this now, I think Rocky should have testified, man. I think he's going to get a not guilty either way. But when Joe was making this point that Rocky stopped and turned back to make sure Ills was okay, the jury could have heard that from Rocky. I think he's going to get not guilty regardless, but this is wild, man.
16 Pieces Del Mar. 16 Pieces Del Mar is cut off. Go back one more time, just where it gets cut off. Combined surveillance video. That's the one. What you know happens next is Relly, they're out of the picture now. Relly goes back and hits Hills again. 12 to describe that for you. Why did that not make it into this video? Go ahead.
Wow.
Boom. Because I think this chair is a little, there's a nail sticking out, by the way. Just so you know.
That wasn't me.
I know that wasn't you, John. That one I don't blame. But is there a bill I can send for this suit that you sent? Literally, there's a nail sticking out of that chair. Anyway, don't worry about it. Don't be sitting there. Not good. Okay. Anyway, the video, folks, the video itself by itself is reasonable doubt. It's a reasonable doubt in this case. Another reasonable doubt.
Wow.
It just makes clear that their case does not hold water, that Relly was the aggressor, that Rocky acted justifiably in self-defense bills. Even though he was carrying a prop gun, because Ills would be dead. That was a real gun on that second shot. And again, the judge gave you instructions on self-defense. I have to discuss it with you. What matters is the defendant's perspective is what matters. And what he thought was right at the time. The judge gave you instructions on that, reasonableness and all that stuff. You have to listen to that. The prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act reasonably, Rocky. have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense of another. If you have any questions in your mind as to whether he acted in self-defense or defense of another, if you have some doubt or some concern that he just may have acted in defense of himself or another, you have to stop. Not guilty.
It's a correct statement of the law.
It's true.
Is it staying on?
Yeah, it's what you said, it's not a.
I'm sorry?
What you said, it's not accurate. Here's a jury instruction that's already been given to you, and this applies to everybody. You must follow the law as I explained it to you, even if you disagree with it. If you believe that the attorney's comments on the law conflict with my instructions, you must follow my instructions.
But I think I understand what Mr. Lewin's objection was. I mean, actually, he was right. I said some doubt. It's not some doubt. It's a reasonable doubt.
That is right.
It's a reasonable. Okay, there we go. So no swallowing. So if you have a reasonable doubt that he may have acted in self-defense of another, you have to stop. Okay? And the judge, again, will define to you what that is. Even if you get to know, because you should, because the evidence is overwhelming. That was wrong. There's a possibility he acted in self-defense. You must find him not guilty. Rocky, now we got to address this. Rocky didn't testify in this case. And you heard the judge's instructions about that a defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. We spoke to somebody in the jury selection about that. And that decision is not to be considered during your deliberations. With that said, during your deliberations, keep in mind that there was nothing more said than what was already explained to you by both our witnesses, who were berated, you know that for a long time, hours. You heard from 12B, who explained what happened that night, and Rocky carrying the prop gun. You heard from Lou Levin, who explained how Rocky got possession of the prop gun, why he carried it, and where it went. There was really nothing more, aside from the video, 12B and Lou, for Rocky to have added to the truth about
Well,
what
that's an
happened.
improper argument. It's just
Well, look, by the way, with regards to 12B and Lou, you heard the people say, and I expect they will say it again, the first time that we mentioned the prop gun was during this trial. Here's Detective Flores' testimony when they tried to ask him that or suggest that this had just come up. Question to Detective Flores. No deposition, criminal case is correct, okay. Question. So basically, what you were being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case. And he said, yes. Okay. So these discovery related matters, and because they didn't receive discovery notice, is not the same as it just surfaced at trial. Like it was just invented. That's not true. Lou and 12B told you, they told us about this last year. And of course, Detective Flores told you law enforcement didn't have a chance to speak to Rocky after he was arrested. And of course, there's no idea.
that misstates the
No,
evidence.
they didn't say they didn't have a chance to.
Do not.
No speaking objections. Come on, you.
Misstates the evidence.
As I said yesterday, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't think anybody remembers every word of every witness. If this is something significant, as I mentioned yesterday, you can ask the court reporter to read it back. The court reporter will have every word that has been spoken. Go ahead.
Anyway, of course, Detective Flores had no idea what was said by Rocky to his attorneys back in 2022 when he was arrested. And ever since.
That's also an improper argument to rule aside the evidence.
Overruled. Keep it going.
In any event, there's absolutely nothing new, as they're trying to suggest. And look, they also brought up something that I now have to address, that Rocky had an outburst, so to speak, in trial. Okay? Knowing that he's innocent, he had to sit here and listen for more than 3 weeks, listen to
No,
Relly.
this is improper argument.
No, it's addressing what Mr. Krislovic had brought up in his argument.
Take a breath, Joe.
You had to sit here for more than 3 weeks listening to Relly say the most horrific, most offensive things about him in messages, calling him horrific names.
I don't think Joe should have brought this up.
He sat in silence. Always composed and respectful to this court and to you all.
I would have let this go.
At some point during a
But I'm
minor,
not
unrelated question, unrelated to November 6, 2021, Mr. Loon was asking 12 the meaning of an acronym in Rocky's bedroom. Rocky did something was a crime. He said, don't say. It had to do with his kids. It was personal to his children. And he asked not to say, okay. He regrets doing that?
Your Honor, there's no evidence of this.
Can you read that back?
Mr. Leone was asking for the meaning of the acronym. And Rocky did something
Free Kathy.
that it was private. He said, don't say it, it had to do with his kid. It was personal to his children. He asked him not to say it. He said,
The jury heard what the question was. The jury heard what Mr. Mayers said. Leave it at that.
Look,
Go on.
that had absolutely nothing to do with the facts of this case. The truth, what happened on November 6, 2021, whether he carried a prop gun, he didn't commit a crime. The fact that they actually argued that to you in their summation is indicative of just how desperate they are at this point. That was something worth mentioning to you in their summation. Let's talk about the crime of extortion by relative. That was actually proven in this trial.
Your Honor, that's improper argument.
Overruled.
For legal conclusion, crime of
Overruled.
He says, shut up.
That's why Rocky told Relly in a text message that night, go to the police. Go to the police. But Relly didn't, not until he got civil lawyers 2 days later, because it was never his intention to go to the police. You heard that loud and clear. Instead, his end game was always to take Rocky's money based on false accusations. That was always his intention. And that's why that night, instead of getting the police involved, Relly, according to him, with his shell casing that he claims he found, texted the photos of his shell casings and knuckle scrapes to Rocky's manager, John Heyman, saying he was going to be rich. And that following message was sent to his own business partner, Justin Benea, saying, I want to get this end's money. Within minutes. That was in his mind. And you heard Relly complain in bitterness how Rocky didn't give him opportunities. So when the opportunity presented itself on November 6th, 2021, Relly jumped all over. Right from the beginning, Relly tried to get Rocky's money. Right from the beginning, without going to the police, without even going to a civil lawyer. So you heard from his own mouth what he knew that to be. Words so catastrophic to his claims in this case that his immediate reaction was to lie and say the tapes were fake. Fake.
Yep.
Get those away from me. You have to tell me, Nora. Fake.
That's what he said.
Look,
Here it goes.
To Cont'd because we were presenting fake evidence to you. Yes or no? I don't know, man. There's just wonderful. Why don't you guys just keep playing fake audio to like fake stuff? I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with his tapes. You're trying to slip it in. Okay, stop. All right, let's answer the question.
fake audio tapes. The fake audio tapes that the district attorney played yesterday with the
Long Crime getting another shout out.
I mean, Terrell from was sitting here yesterday, he'd be screaming, those are fake! During Mr. Verzolnik's summation. I heard Mr. Verzolnik say in his summation, who cares what he said to Wally? Who cares? Did he forget the import of that conversation? That he committed perjury to you? And said that they were fake when they were real? And, you know, during the cross-examination of Wally, the guy flew from Paris, by the way, on a subpoena because he had to be here. Okay? Literally a 13-hour flight to testify and then take another 13-hour flight back. And the question was, you flew business class, didn't you? Like, as if that were the reason he took 26 hours of plane to get here to testify. I had him on direct examination for 10 minutes because he was here for two things. Do you know anything about this case? I know nothing about this case. Good. Is this tape real? Is that, do you make it? And is that your voice? And is that Relly's voice? Yes, it is. Bye-bye. Have a good flight back. No. 2.5 hours on cross-examination. But you know what was never asked on cross-examination? Not even once. Is the tape fake? Is the tape fake? Did you doctor the tape? Not even once.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the tape they spent, I don't know, the portion of the summation playing for you yesterday, we provided to them. We provided them that tape that they think is so helpful to them. They know those tapes are death. Death to their case. First of all, their main witness once again committed perjury on a most important issue in this case. Those are fake, he said, fake. Get those away from him. He is a clown. Those tapes are death to Relly's claim and his credibility in their case. As Wallace and Jimmy made clear they're anything but fake, you heard Relly tell him that you ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me?
But that's exactly
Because
what
I do everything accordingly.
That's exactly what Relly did. Because he didn't have a lawyer until November 8th, 2021, after he already tried to ask for money from Rocky and his manager. And after Relly lied about what he just told Wallace and Jemmy, we called Mrs. Jemmy just to establish the authenticity of those recordings. Nothing more. He knew nothing about this case. And because of the evidentiary rules, we were only allowed to ask Mrs. Jemmy about statements that Relly denied making.
No, that is untrue. Overruled.
Overruled. Keep it
So
going.
we had those 5 questions that we asked him. Did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? That's it. The prosecution played other parts of the recordings afterwards. And it was not a gotcha moment. So we gave him those tapes. At the time of their discussions, remember this, the Wallace and Jemmy discussions, that was in 2022, after Rocky's arrest already, after he filed his civil suit, Relly. They were about the events of November 6, 2021. There were of no significance at all what Relly said to him at that point regarding November 6th, at all. Because he had already been arrested, Rocky. Relly had already been telling his story for months. His fabricated story for months. So that he said it to Wally on a tape makes it more true. If you tell a lie 100 times, it doesn't make it more true. So in an effort to give weight to that story about the incident, those recordings, they played. Rocky was already arrested and he had already had a civil suit, claiming permanent disabilities from a bullet wound, and he needs $30 million. That was his story by then. Big deal, he said to Wally, in part. He still had no qualms lying to Wally at all on those recordings. When it suited him, of course, telling Wally that he was a millionaire and that he made Rocky's career, that was on those recordings too. That wasn't true, neither of those things. But when Relly didn't lie about, however, what he didn't lie was about his intentions to pay Rocky's money, which is why he falsely said the recordings were fake. He knew what was coming. And he just said, if I say they're fake, they can't play them.
I feel a break
They're
coming
fake.
on.
Get those away from me. Otherwise, get away from me. So Wallace and Jimmy was an IT guy who came for one reason, authenticate tape, period, end of story.
He said 5 minutes.
First question I asked him, do you know anything about the facts of this case? No, I don't. He was not brought in here to talk about the facts of this case. But the prosecution, in 2.5 hours of cross-examination, asked him about his motives for making the tape, Is he better friends with Rocky? That's not being a very good friend to Relly. It doesn't matter what he made the tape. Who cares? He could have, whatever his motives were, who cares? He made the tape. It was real. Those were really Relly's words that he said were fake. Whatever his motive was is irrelevant. Even if he wanted to help Rocky, he told you that's how it was that Relly was trying to get involved and he was falling, whatever. But whatever his motives were, doesn't make the tape less real, or Relly's statements less real. He was never asked one thing about those recordings being real on cross, which means they accept the fact that their witness committed perjury to you when he said they're fake.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Fair comment on your.
That should be offensive. And especially to you, the jury, trying to make a decision of such importance in this case. It's a lot on your shoulders. That should be, you should be offended by that, I would say. So what did Relly tell us on those messages? His earlier text messages to Rocky when his manager, when they were trying to get money before his lawsuit, that he never cared about the police. He still doesn't care about the police. Quote, the end game, I'm suing the shit out of him. That's my end game regardless. I don't give a F about no police and
Crazy.
Words on the tape. In fact, Relly only went to the police after his effort to extort Rocky failed, and Relly's civil lawyer said, unless you go to the police, I'm not taking your case. That's why Relly showed up at the police station in Hollywood with a civil lawyer standing next to him 2 days later. What victim of a crime goes to the police station to report a crime with an attorney next to him?
Nobody.
Judge, want to do it now? Sure.
If you have 2 more minutes,
I
you
can
use that, otherwise you can break.
Yep.
Say again?
I'll do 2 more minutes, just tell me when to stop.
Then we're going to take a
Yep.
break.
As a quick aside, you heard, by the way, the prosecution questioned Relly about telling the police he heard 3 to 4 shots, but only giving them 2 shell casings before having seen the videos, as if somehow that makes him more credible. That makes no sense. He was there, of course. He knew it was 2 shots. By this time, he already saw the video. He knows it's 2 shots. And in fact, he would exaggerate when speaking to the police. Does not make him more credible. By the way, when we talked to Wally, he had up to 5 shots. He had up to 5 shots when he talked to Wally. So before Relly went to the police, even before he went to a civil lawyer, you saw the messages he sent trying to get Rocky's money. Part of his plan to extort Rocky, Relly sent a text message to him, falsely accusing Rocky of trying to kill him. Obviously, Rocky knew that was false and was shocked that Relly would even make the claim, so which is why Rocky wrote him back. I tried to what? Stop making shit up, he wrote him back. And now the prosecution has alluded to the fact that during this trial, Rocky didn't mention in his message anything about his prop gun. They don't consider one thing, though, about that. They don't consider one thing. Unlike Relly, Rocky didn't have a reason at the time he sent that message about stop making shit up. He didn't have a reason at the time, or think he needed a reason, to create a record of events for some later date. At the time he sent those messages, Rocky thought they were between the 2 of
Get
them.
free, Kathy.
And he knew why Relly understood his claim wasn't true, because it wasn't true. Rocky didn't shoot him and was aware that Relly knew he didn't shoot him because a prop gun doesn't shoot bullets. A star pistol doesn't shoot bullets.
Detective,
Yes, sir.
it's time.
Okay.
You want to finish the thought?
If I could, just a thought.
Finish the thought,
Yeah.
and then we'll take a
And
break.
then this is a perfect place to break. And that's why after learning soon thereafter that Relly was contacting his manager trying to extort money from him, Rocky was done communicating with Relly. He stopped answering completely and said, go to the police. And what kind of person tells someone to go to the police if they know they've committed a crime? Your Honor, I could resume from here when we come back.
All right, we'll take
Getting
a
close
break
to the end.
until 11 o'clock, folks. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
said they're gonna take a break till 11 o'clock. So that's gonna be, what time will that be? 3 o'clock? Should be somewhere around 3 o'clock. They're not done yet though, because we're a little behind, so we gotta wait for Lewin to come back and start whining. Let's see what he's talking about here. Let me skip it, and I'll get to the super
On an
chat.
objection, you overrule. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury.
Is that 2 o'clock or 3
It's
o'clock?
improper, it's unethical, you said you're
Oh,
not
you're right,
gonna
it's 2
tolerate
o'clock,
it,
my
I
bad.
object, and you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge.
Jeez. When is this guy gonna quit? Take the L, take the L, man.
The tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before, I'll listen to what you say, speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeated, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You've overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago.
He said
this is
improper
direct
things.
quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
Same thing
what
as
I
yesterday.
heard,
This is today.
What I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relly as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relly committed
Bring Kathy back.
extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No
Put on the
lawyer
record,
can
but
get
you're
up-
losing.
No lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, well, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion. You can address it.
It's not that complicated.
As I said, is the court repeatedly told them, do not connect the prosecution to committing crime.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relly.
I like that
saying
shirt
the
tie
tape was
combo.
fake.
That's nice.
The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not. Okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Efron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that that witness committed perjury. They have to. There's no other way. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that that tape is important for the prosecution, that Efron said these things, that when they cross-examined Mr. Jemmy, that wasn't being a good friend there, probably she made a cake. All that is doing is, I didn't say it's subordinate, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor.
That's true.
It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
That's
It
fact.
is not fair comment. It is completely unethical.
Oh,
It's
I
not.
agree with you.
So, Your Honor,
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with
How's
the hiding of
unethical?
evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, well, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
rules
is not to
of
be
law.
any
He got that silk
disparaging
shirt. That's a
either
nice
side.
shirt.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out when he is being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows it. That'll be the first time. Court knows I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows.
All
Court's
right,
already made those findings.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make a, bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks.
She's still there typing away.
I just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was saying yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
so
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop it.
He might want to stop.
I'm so threatened.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
You should be.
Don't tell the courts ever told me I was a liar.
Hey!
Oh, yeah. I'm so scared of you.
Stop it!
Oh, they're gonna throw hands after this. They're cool though. It's all a part of the game. Shout out to jeez. Shout out to Joe and John over there. Who y'all got? Yeah, he was threatening him too. Can Joe get him for that? He was threatening him in court. He said, "You might want to stop now. Since you want to get this on the record, we'll talk about everything else on the record." Oh man, what did Joe do? What do y'all think he did? Did he swing on John at one point? I want to know, man. Hey, John, we'll get you on the platform. You can tell us what happened. Y'all said my money's on Joe. Who y'all got? Joe? We got Lewin v. Tacopina. Who y'all got winning that one? I'm gonna get John up here. You want to run that back? Y'all say run that back. Dang, they were not happy. I'll run this back for y'all. I'm gonna take a little break real quick. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna read the super chats too. Since y'all all being all petty on this Friday. Hold on. Here we go. Y'all got Joe?
Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule.
I don't know, man. John's pretty feisty. You gotta watch it. He might be sneaky. He might be sneaky strong.
It's unethical. You said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object. And you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before. I'll listen to what you say. Speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeatedly, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relly as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relly committed extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
you
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court repeatedly told them, do not connect the prosecution to committing crime.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not
Yeah.
everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relly saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not, okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Efron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that that witness committed perjury. They have to. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by them moving forward with it, arguing that that tape is important for the prosecution, that Efron said these things, that when they cross-examined Sajemi, that wasn't being a good friend to Efron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I didn't say this is warranted, it's different. I would never say that, I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it, because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury, that witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate, it wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin, I just said they accepted, and that is true. There's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment. It is completely unethical
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor.
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended, said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law.
Y'all are being petty
that
today.
Is clear. And Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which
He did.
Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because Your
Well, you
Honor,
did it.
he's not following the
There
rules
is not to be any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out when he is being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows that'll be the first time. Court knows I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows. Court's already made those findings.
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committee.
Oh my
version.
gosh.
I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though,
Said, quit your
I
whining.
told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections.
17.
I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical, I've just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was saying yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know
Joe
was
made sure
true.
he got it on
And
the
that's
record, too.
unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
so
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop it.
He might want to stop.
I'm so correct.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a
Oh
break.
my.
You should be.
Things are getting testy.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. We want to know, man. Give us a tea.
Stop
We'll get
it.
messy. I'll be messy beats instead of classy beats for a minute. I ain't mad. Let me read a couple of these super chats. We're still on break. We should be back shortly. I guess he said they were going to be back at 11, right? So that's, let's see, 12, 1, 2. That's 2 our time. So we should be back here. We should be back here shortly. Oh my gosh. Shout out to, I got that one from Slim Life. Thank you for the super chat. My guy Les Cleaver in the building. Dropping the 10 bomb. What does Les Cleaver say? Oh, this is crazy. Les says, it's a long closing, but no, it's for the best for Rocky. That's true. Yes, the state will whine, cry, stomp their feet like a child. God has this, y'all. Trust me. Shout out to Les Cleaver. I agree. And I just said this a minute ago. I think this case is done. I'm going to look at the poll in a minute and see what y'all said, what you think the verdict is going to be. The key part of everything that we've seen so far is going back through that grainy, terrible video, which I'm not going to lie, I shit on that video when we first saw it. Well, what is this? This doesn't make any sense. As the case went along, we got to hear testimony from both sides. We got to see what actually happened. It's clear, man. Relly was going at it with Ills. And I still don't really understand why, to be honest. It's weird. Relly was going at it with Ills. He was already grabbing him, moving him around. And then you see Rocky fired the shots. They didn't even care. Pulls him to the ground, keeps going at him. You see his arm extend at one point. You can see it when they zoomed into the video. Relly's arm extends towards Ills. Ills falls down, and then they're still going at it. He's not even worried about Rocky at this point. It's done. And I would put money on the fact that the jury's going to watch that video over and over and over and over. And in slow motion, they're going to want to hear it with the sound to see when the shots were actually fired. You see them coming around the corner, and Ills and Relly are already going at it. So I'm with you on this one, Les. I think it's a wrap. I think it's a wrap. We've got, oh man, Gina in here with the 20 bomb. Dang. Gina says, classy, your time and efforts are appreciated. Thank you. Hey, I'm here with y'all. I appreciate y'all being here and supporting. I really enjoy watching this channel and the chats. Everyone be blessed. Thank you so much, Gina. And thank y'all for the support, the major love and support. Oh, my guy. I didn't see him earlier. Henry Resilience in the building with the 5 bomb. He says, I must say, ASAP is likely to be found not guilty. When is the 100K sub live stream? Yeah, we hit 100,000. Y'all probably already know. Shout out to Henry Resilient, a big part of that milestone as well. Thank you, my guy. We're going to be doing it soon, hopefully in the next couple weeks before the end of February. I got a lot of things planned for that show. So we're still, me and Amy are working behind the scenes trying to figure out the details of the show, but it will be coming to y'all soon, along with the award show for the Song of the Night Live. So stay tuned for that. Hopefully we can do it by the end of February, which is in literally 2 weeks from today. If not, it'll most definitely be in March. But shout out to my guy, Henry Resilient. We also have Taryn Stewart in here with the 10 bomb. Says y'all serve the best popcorn. Thank you. We put a lot of work into the popcorn, believe it or not. You know, I had to write a long email about the popcorn here in the chat and on the channel. So I'm glad that somebody took note of it. We pay attention to detail, every aspect of the show. So thank you so much for that super chat, Taryn. It really means a lot. What else are y'all saying in the chat? So I wanted to pull up this poll and see what y'all are saying. We had 1,300 of you that responded to the poll, and it looks like not too much has changed. When it comes to a directed verdict, 3% of you said there'll be a directed verdict. When it comes to guilty, only 10% of you said guilty. And it looks like more of you believe there will be a hung jury before we get a not guilty verdict. So 10% guilty, 12% a hung jury, and a whopping 75% of you believe not guilty. I'm with you. They can't. There's too much reasonable doubt, and that video does not help the prosecution. You look at the video, you see what's going on. It's clear there was a struggle. If Rocky was doing this out of self-defense, I don't see how you move forward from this. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Let me see what else y'all are saying. We should be back. Let me double check and make sure we're not back. We should be back in court shortly. They were supposed to be back 15 minutes ago, so we'll keep an eye on it. Joe said, woo, and the hand gestures to go along with it. He's not worried about it. Oh, man. Libby said, Lewin said, yo ass better be scared. He's not worried about it at all. Rocky, leave your jacket on the prosecutor. No, you have another fake gun. Oh my gosh. This is embarrassing. I agree in every single way. Joe spilled some tea. He said the Ninth Circuit, aka the judge's boss, found out that he lied to a jury. What? That's huge. Yeah, let's go back and listen to that. Let's go back and listen to it. Actually, no, we'll do that later. We're back in court, so I'm not going to hold y'all up. Hold on.
I don't believe it.
Dang, I can't believe we're back at it already.
I'm back.
Hold on, let me back it up. Here we go. Yeah, we're gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to do some research into what's going on with these allegations against John Lewin. Now, let me see if I could find out what's happening here. Go to some of our experts. Thank you for being here, Taja.
I want to tell you that when I make a mistake, I own it. I have no problem admitting when I made a mistake, and I made a mistake, and I'm going to tell you what the mistake was. Mr. Tacopina mentioned, and I missed this, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I missed that. There was an objection. I overruled it. I didn't hear the whole statement. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything proper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light, and that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it.
Get you some coffee, Judge.
Any
We forgive
side
you.
being disparaged or being put in a false way. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize. Go.
Thank you. Two things. One, by the way, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Efron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police on November 8th, in case that came out unclear. My co-pastor thought it did. So anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jimmy case. Look, all I'm saying is this. Their witness said those are fake. They played it as if they were real. So, whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wallace and Jimmy tapes, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Efron. And what I argued to you, and what I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was relative extortion. He heard from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mrs. Jimmy that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer for extortion. You feel me? He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second before we play the second. You know, what he's saying is obviously he's going to trade his cash for the case. He's selling the criminal case. So he'll get his cash and he'll disappear. The example he uses, the analogy he uses, is disgusting. Of course, that's who, I don't know what front is, he's talking about a domestic violence case. And he references hitting, he says you're a bitch, but that's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is and how despicable he is.
Dang.
That was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, I get my cash, I'm gone. Forget them. Play the next one, please.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically,
and then they go beat your case out
because I'm gonna be on another island. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state, and yeah, they have evidence and this and that, but it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it.
Garbage.
Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million. That he will go to an island, be relaxing, if he gets his money. Too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, looking for L. Efron as he's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere for just 30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And you're his vehicle.
Dang.
The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, for everyone, because I can't see it, but you have it. You'll have it to go back with you, and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember, the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing.
It's not me typing. It's the video. See?
Is because Rocky
It's not me.
used the victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you to get him his money. Because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in this civil case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, I just love using some of the words of our founding fathers. Thomas Jefferson said, an injured friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that come here live and in color. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, and you heard this testimony, to Wally Sajeni on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of ASAP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face.
Garbage.
This parasite is happy if he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family by sending a smiley face. Like, that's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequence of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial. He just wants his money. He wants to be on an island relaxing. And he's laughing and mocking what he can do for Rihanna. And he needs you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case not by a long shot. It's not even, this literally, I'm not telling you what to do, this can be a 5-minute verdict.
Right through your wall.
You take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your province. The only thing proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that this really is the Efron's a pathological liar, a perjurer, and an extortionist. That's what's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And they know that. They know that because they asked Detective Flores the question that.
That's what we said earlier.
I used to be a prosecutor. It was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument.
Sustain,
Withdraw,
that
withdraw.
they know it's perjury. Sustain.
He used to be a prosecutor as well, Your Honor.
Speaking objection again.
What was the saying, bro?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the saying, sir? What was the saying that what part?
That they know it was perjury.
I didn't say they knew. I didn't say they knew.
Just go on.
I said what was proven beyond a reasonable doubt because he's a pathological liar, a perjurer, and an extortionist. Didn't say they knew. I understand the court's rulings.
Your Honor, we objected regarding him discussing him being a prosecutor.
Okay.
It's not
Oh,
like that. It's-
yeah, that's-
All right. So, anyway,
Sustain that testimony.
what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Efron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, if you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen. But it's okay. It's still proven. No, It's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or of that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terrell Farms word, would you do it? You all know what the answer to that question is. What you're being asked to do is make that decision in the most important matter in his life, on his word. Please look at the evidence carefully. Please evaluate it cautiously, and you'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Rocky Murphy is innocent. It's not only not that he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Of course he's innocent. He's not the luckiest man over the face of the earth, because there's absolutely no evidence of a shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with on this evidence. It should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't, condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions, circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's what the law is, the judge will tell you. It's in your little books, jury instructions. You must, it's not an option. Terrell Efron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have if this kind of witness can convict someone and destroy their life? With all you know about him at this point. I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside of Terrell Efron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose your decision. But just one lie. It's justification for you to say, I disregard all his testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he gave around answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. How many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relly's own words, Relly's a fake. And he's just trying to profit off extorting ASAP Rocky. He's just waiting for one thing, your verdict. But he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relly's not on trial, if that thought crosses your mind, it's true, he's not on trial, but he should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess, you must assess. The trial rises and falls on his word. With that in mind, again I ask, what kind of system do we have if we pick on the word of that man, with all you know about him? The issue in this case is the life, future, and liberty of Rocky. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question I have you before you is very simple. Do you believe Tyrell Efron beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm going to keep saying that because it's really what you need to discuss is beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to go free and go home. He has to. Submit upon this testimony you've heard, the perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, the fabrication of others, Mr. Efron's trustworthiness. There's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy beyond the reasonable doubt. There's no way. On the important issues in this case, so he lied about. He lied about everything. He lied about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented to you, caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, if you have a doubt,
Yes.
a reasonable doubt, well,
Yes.
you must be acquitted. You must be. That's our legal system.
He will be.
You just witnessed extortion demands throughout the trial of Efron, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the lying about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before he sent him with 9 million of shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, the prosecution's case fails. Fails. So it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not believe Terrell Efron beyond reasonable doubt, he must be acquitted. That's the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proved. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown, until it is, he's entitled to verdict. And presumption placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilt beyond reasonable doubt. And why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogies on this, but there are many legal systems around the world who don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating, brutal, based on anything but the strongest evidence. And what is being attempted here? It's so harmful, so brutal. So
Wow, Rice Street thinks it's over.
To him. That's why there's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, the destruction of evidence, about Efron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must acquit Rocky. According to the law, it's that strict. Our system isn't perfect. You saw examples of people who were convicted and DNA later exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have evidence.
This is improper argument.
So you have those, you've heard of those things, like 250 less, and there's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and they were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect because human beings aren't perfect, but I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Rocky must be acquitted under that standard with all the problems of falsehoods and the issues we've addressed. They cannot overcome them. They cannot overcome them. They can exaggerate. They can clean dirt. They can mock the terminology of our witnesses. They can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This case never should have been brought to begin with, based on Terrell Efron, once they learned who he was. These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is a dispute over money and property, one side that proves preponderance of the evidence, that's the standard. They get the verdict, okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like the scales of justice, if it just goes 51% to 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's called preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, leave them penniless. It is not enough to convict them of a crime. There's even a higher standard than that in law called clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody. They have not met the standards for the legal system requires for parenting. clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime in the legal system. So take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. And let me ask you this, do you think you've seen clear and convincing evidence in this case that Terrell Efron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, does not have a financial motive in this case, that is to be believed and trusted? They can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond a reasonable doubt, and the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough.
He's doing a great job. Let him
If you
cook.
suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough. Possibly guilty, it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough. Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room and ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Terrell Efron in this case? Any. Because all it takes is one. Just one. Just one. You have 100. All it takes is one. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you again for that this journey has taken. But you know, you're seeking justice, there really are no shortcuts. You would trade better with me. You would want to fight hard and vigorously, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you understand that in a journey towards justice that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go, after lunch, I think, or maybe now, the prosecution will get to go again for another submission, for rebuttal submission. We have this one opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden, so they go first and last. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I don't do it. I didn't do it once before. I'm trying not to do it, Mr. Lewis. But if something new is brought up, you know, it may be helping. Let me tell you also this. If he brings up anything new, we may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense. Your judgment in that place, and that's required towards this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for us, not out loud, don't do that, but you can respond. I'd like to remind you of something Judge Arnold told you. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate to have him as judge. I've been before many, many judges. His patience with us in particular, his humility, he's an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky to be in this world. I feel lucky. Anyway, His Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity, the prosecution for this, Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the coin toss. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very heavy burden, and those are rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this, which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, is that wrong? They always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses aren't on trial. I defy them to get up here and convince you that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky didn't act in self-defense or defense of another, or that the starter pistol was a real gun, beyond a reasonable doubt. I defied him to explain to you why. Watch for attacks on defense, watch for questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can respond for me. One other thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun. Because you heard about prop gun can eject, does eject some sort of a casing. And I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lou Levin's film when I was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun bullet, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not, be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, this is no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be observable by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday, there was an objection, I was told I was misstating the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. Okay, if I'm mistaking the evidence, today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when you stand up. That I mistake the evidence. Show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun are metal or metallic or anything. Anything. There's no evidence in the record at all.
None.
So let me state the evidence. They could probably should. Now, it comes a time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never have another opportunity to speak to you again, certainly not this setting, maybe when the case is over. And you've been told many, many times there are very heavy burdens placed upon the prosecution of people for good reasons. To prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is Steward's duty to answer for you as best he can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast doubt on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. We'll be here until the summer. I do think, after careful deliberation, that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as the time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important challenge to the prosecution.
All right, here we go.
Prosecution claims it's met its burden in this case. They claim that. Well, if the burden has in fact been met, then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. If, on the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable, those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent and false, and false. We prove real hard things for you, things you can see, things you can take back to that jury room. In light of this, you have to find Rocky not guilty. And when I'm concluded, and for Mr. Lewin's convenience, I should decide to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him the written list up here of questions when I conclude. Let's see if he wants to go through them with you or not, but I'm going to show you.
What's that noise?
Here they are. Let me go over them with you, one by one, very briefly.
Y'all hear that?
Question number 1. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shell casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. We know that. Because even though they have photographs, from his phone, they didn't get the metadata. So it was shown where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location. At 11:45, that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number two, other than Riley's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? No evidence other than his word. Lydia Parker's not here. Just talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Riley's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene. So now we're left with his word again. Because they got Ill's GPS location, but not Riley's. Number four. Other than Riley's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to a shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number five. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds?
None.
You don't have to comment on that. Number six. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th to set the tone for November 6th between A$AP Bari and Rocky? Other than his word, there was no A$AP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relly's word that that happened. Number seven. In light of Lou Levin's testimony and in light of Lou Levin and 12B's unimpeached testimony, other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that Rocky did not carry a problem, other than Relly's word? There's none. No evidence of a shooting. Nothing from either video says that that's not a problem. None. Number 8. Other than Relly's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relly's truthful testimony, remember that question, to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun. That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable, correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 Vista Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was specifically just looking at that and not looking at anything else, no. Well, that's the video. Just looking at that, no.
Mm-hmm.
And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video. No evidence of the gun at all.
Crazy.
Any shooting in the second video. And the pop, according to that case detective, could have come from a replica. So,
Reasonable
do you need
doubt.
Relly's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or an operable firearm. And number 10, given that Relly told you he would lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relly told you he will commit perjury when he doesn't want to answer a question. How can you trust Relly with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of? I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I will leave these 10 questions right here. We'll see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform his very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands. It's up to you now. We're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure of it. You made that commitment for justice. You'll do the right thing. I will go someday on to other cases, no doubt. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Prisloman, Mr. Kaplan. We will, Judge Arnold will try another case one day, I hope. But this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life in your hands. Treat it fairly. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terrell Efron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him with a matter of importance in his life. The case rises and falls as you just saw with him. All you can do is try and get Rocky's life back. Imagine living under despicable accusation 3.5 years. Facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege, and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as this man. And I thank his amazing family for putting their trust in me.
Rocky's over there praying.
You were asked questions in jury selection that if you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty? Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom if they failed to prove him guilty? You have the courage to walk back in here and say, we find him not guilty. You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were picked. That's why the 16 of you are here. You knew that was part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that, and I hope you hold yourselves to it. That's what makes this system great. Your courage, your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, judge. He's the judge. Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your court. No one will take that from you. This is your court right now. I'm going to tell you something. What happened here isn't right. Think about that. Because if the message was going to be sent out, that proof like this is enough to convict one of us, one of our citizens, none of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mark.
All right, we'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside. The courtroom goes at 1 o'clock. At which time you will hear from Mr. Lewin. So please,
There it is.
Keep an open mind. You have not heard everything. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 70 minutes.
He said 70 minutes. Oh my gosh. Wow. So that'll be 4 o'clock our time. It'll be 1 o'clock their time. What do y'all think? You think there's going to be a verdict today? I don't think there is, to be honest. But let me know what y'all think in the comments and in the chat. And what do you think the verdict will be as well? Yeah, he said they're coming back in about 70 minutes. Yeah. Insane. Well done by Joe. I think Rocky was over there nodding his head, saying he did right by him. Very, very, very well done, for sure. All right, let me read a couple of these super chats, then we'll get back into it. Let me see. Who did I miss? Here we go. Shout out to Valencia with the 2 bomb, just showing some love. Thank you. Shout out for the love and support. We've got Samantha Crumbly in here with the $1. Crying over there. She's ready for a verdict. I know. We're ready to find out what's going on. Also, shout out to Joshua Collins My guy in here with the 5 bomb says, happy Valentine's Day to you all, the mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I appreciate it. We've also got Samantha Crumbly in here again with the 5 bomb. She says the prosecutor is trying to go down fighting and he's already defeated. So sad. And shout out to Law and Crime, or Court TV, for the music. Yeah, I get what he was saying about the back and forth. The judge did say, you know, we're not going to comment on the attorneys involved. The prosecutor's not going to comment about the defense, and the defense isn't going to comment about the prosecution. But it happens. I wasn't going to dig too deep into that. I think the judge gets to make a decision on whether it was loud or not. He apologized to the jury, said I should have left it out, should have been sustained, and we keep it moving. Shout out to Mo Mac, also in here showing the love with the super sticker. Thank you, Mo Mac, for the 3 bomb. And then Samantha Crumbly in there again. Oh my gosh. She says with the 5 bomb, OMG, they can't even clear the decency standard. Wow. Yeah, Joe was not holding back today. Not holding back at all. I think he did an excellent closing arguments, and he really gave them more than enough reasonable doubt. I cannot see how a jury could find this man not anything other than not guilty. I think there's going to be a not guilty verdict because there's just too many inconsistencies in the state's presentation, and definitely they did not prove their case beyond the reasonable doubt. And I think that's even an opinion. It's true. It's true. What does Amy say? She says it should not take long for a verdict, in my opinion, unless someone is undecided. I think that's going to be probably the issue. No verdict today. I think they'll be back on Tuesday. I think they'll be back on Tuesday for sure. But we'll have to wait and see. Not guilty. It's going to be fast, you think? Man, I don't know. Y'all are saying don't leave. Oh, man. How much longer do y'all think Lewin is going to go? Because that would be, let me see, that would be an hour from now. How much longer do you think he's going to be on redirect? This is his last chance to fight for his client's freedom. We just have to have patience. He's doing a great job at closing. I agree as well. I think so. That was beautiful. I'm crying. Oh no, don't cry. I hope he doesn't show out like Hilton for his final argument. You know it's going to be fireworks. I have no doubt. Won't be a verdict today. And the fact that this man is going to talk for another 70 minutes so they don't have the case. No, because the prosecutor can come back for rebuttal, and he will. Definitely well done. No verdict today, but they can't convict him. Joe is right. This case should have never been brought. I agree. I feel like half of them want it done today, but there may be a few jurors undecided. I'm telling y'all, man, from my time serving on a grand jury, there's always going to be those 1 or 2 that you're just like, you're overcomplicating this. But I think in a case like this, where it's a man's life at stake, his livelihood at stake, you would want them to take their time. This trial, we're on day 13 today. I've got it up in the banner over there. Can we please look into the 9th Circuit ruling Joe mentioned? Yeah, I've got some updates to that. Shout out to Cat Not Williams and I'm Not a Lawyer, but they sent me some articles that we'll probably cover on Monday. I'm going to have to do a little bit more research to find out what's going on and maybe put a few pieces together. But we'll talk about what's going on with the 9th Circuit on Monday. I will say this. Let me see what Mel said. And y'all make sure you go subscribe to Cat Not Williams and I'm Not a Lawyer, but over on YouTube. Mel said he also mentioned Bradford. I think it has to do with this. Lewin was the prosecutor and it seems the conviction was overturned last year. Oh, so John Lewin might have messed up. Also, I thought Katz had something too. And then it looks like there's a LA prosecutor suing over alleged demotion. Yeah, there's a lot of pieces we'll have to put together here too. Appeals court overturns a murder conviction in a high-profile killing of a Torrance nurse. The sister of victim Lane Knight and Douglas Bradford was given a fair trial, and it was absolutely clear that he was the only one with a motive. And this was published last year. So I'll look into it and see what's going on there, and I'll give y'all a little bit of an update. Lewin was demoted. Is that what it was? Oh, no. He got demoted when? LA prosecutor suing over alleged demotion during the Gascon era tentatively settles. And this was from December. What is going on here? Maybe we'll look at it live. Prosecutor who, I guess I should share. Let's take a little bit of a detour and see what's going on. This is from the Pasadena Star News, and they're saying that a LA prosecutor is suing over alleged demotion during the Gascon era tentatively settles. Here we go. A prosecutor who alleged he was demoted from a prestigious position for speaking out against former district attorney George Gascon sentencing directives has tentatively settled his lawsuit against LA County. Deputy District Attorney John Lewin attorneys filed court papers with the LA Superior Court Judge and Steve Cochran on Tuesday, notifying him of the conditional accord with the expectation that a request for dismissal will be filed March 4th, 2025. No terms were revealed. Interesting. In his suit brought in February 2023, Lewin alleged he suffered retaliation. Oh, he been crying. He been crying. Wow. In his suit brought in February 2023, Lewin alleged he suffered retaliation when he was wrongfully transferred from his high-profile position in the cold case unit of Major Crimes Division to a job handling daily cases before a judge in the Inglewood courthouse, all because of his criticisms of Gascon's sentencing directives implemented after taking office in December of 2020. It's funny. I said to y'all as a joke, I feel like these guys lost a bet, and maybe that's why they're on this case. Maybe I was right. Not only did he lose a bet, he got demoted. Lewin was awarded the Ken Lamb Distinguished Achievement Award in 2021 for his 27 years of service in the district attorney's office, but he refused the office's request to appear in a photo with Gascon because he worried doing so would be construed as an endorsement of Gascon's illegal policies. Lewin's attorneys stated in their court papers. Lewin was the lead prosecutor in the trial of Robert Durst, a New York real estate heir who was serving life in prison without parole, who died in January 2022 at the age of 78 of natural causes. Durst was convicted in September of 2021 of first-degree murder for the December 2000 shooting death of Susan Berman. Former prosecutor Nathan Hodgman unseated Gascon in November 5th in the November 5th elections. Interesting. So, I mean, it looks like there's something there. I don't know what's going on. We'll have to do a little bit more research on that and see what's happening. All right, let me read a couple more of y'all's comments. I think my AirPods died too. It says, that dude was a whole donkey. I got from someone in here, a whole donkey. I love it. All right, Joe, bring it home. Durst convicted himself because he confused while he was talking to himself in the bathroom. This Bradford case, Lewin lied and said the jailed suspect threatened to kill his family, and it turned out to be a lie. Oh. Oh, man. That's terrible. Let me see what y'all are saying. So he's a famous seeker. Yes, he got a new job again once Gascon lost the election because the guard changed. Maybe that's why nothing was done with this case. So he didn't lose a bet. He got demoted. Dang. I wish we had all the connections we did at the YSL so we could have all the drama in the courtroom. Yeah. Y'all follow Mel, I'm Not a Lawyer But, on X too. She's actually in the courtroom along with a couple other people. I think Megan Kudif is in there, and there was one other person. But anyway, yeah, make sure y'all go follow her. Let me see if I can get a link to her profile. Because it's not I'm Not a Lawyer But. Here we go. Yeah, y'all go give her a follow. All right, so let me see. I think we're going to call it a day, y'all. And we'll be back. Dang, that chicken looks good. And we will be back for the Music Morning Show on Monday. I highly doubt that they're going to have a verdict today. If something crazy happens, I will go live. If they end up coming back with the verdict today, I'll run over here to the studio and go live. So make sure y'all stay involved, man. Y'all stay active. Y'all did such an amazing job showing love. All of y'all I know who are here are subscribed, but if you haven't subscribed yet, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live or drop a new video. Also, we will be live tonight for a special edition of the Song of the Night Live. If y'all haven't checked out the show and you want to hear some dope music from some of the independent artists in the community, make sure you tune into the show tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a great weekend. So y'all be safe. Enjoy your time with your family and friends. And as always, you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We gone. Peace. And I will see y'all tonight too. I'm sure a lot of y'all will be there.